for another year. But I just wanted to start by thanking everyone for coming here to Riga and joining us for GUADEC this year. We're really excited to welcome GUADEC back to Europe as part of our initiative to move it around the world and to involve different communities. We were in Mexico last year, we're back here in Europe, and we'll keep moving it around to see who we can engage and inspire around the world. It's a big priority for us at the Foundation. So yeah, thank you for joining us. That's the first message. Message number 2. Thank you to our sponsors, particularly Platinum sponsors, Endless, Gold sponsors, Ubuntu, Canonical, for their support that really makes these conferences possible. As part of our kind of calendar of events and Hackfests and things, then actually bringing people together in person is the opportunity for us to kind of develop the plans and to develop the personal relationships that really propel us through the rest of the year. And it's a kind of opportunity to meet people and to top up the energy and the motivation that we have for all of the work that we do. So thank you to our sponsors. So this is the venue here for 3 days for the core conference, all of the kind of presentations and sessions and things. For the weekend, we have the BOFs and workshops. They'll be in a different venue, so the details are on the conference website. The Indigo, you can see there, where we'll be a little closer to town in another university building. For lightning talks, which is a kind of fun way that we sort of close the conference, 5 minutes, and then you get kicked off the stage. We have an open sign-up, so there's a sheet where you can sign up to indicate your sort of interest in giving a lightning talk. Just in terms of social events, we have a city tour today after the conference at 5:30. So this is now fully booked, but if you have booked for that, then please make sure you check the email with the details and turn up at the right place at the right time. But you'll have if you've signed up, please go and enjoy that. Tomorrow, we have the Women's Dinner. So if you're interested in attending that, then please contact GUADEC@gnome.org. So that's the sort of conference email address. And then Friday, it's the official dinner at the Mercury Hotel in Riga. So the details will be on the conference website for that. And finally, the last social event, on the 1st of August, we have a day trip to Northern Riga. There are still spaces available. So if you're interested in that, then please use the conference website to sign up. And just a couple of reminders. As a GNOME Foundation event, the GNOME Code of Conduct applies to all the interactions here, people from the community when you're on the venue and around in the city. So please make sure you check that, familiarize yourself with that, and essentially be excellent to each other. Look for the details on the GNOME website. If you do have any issues, interactions with other people, then there are Code of Conduct committee representatives always present at the conference. So look for somebody with a yellow scarf. That could be Federico or Rosanna at the front here, and they can help you with any incident. And finally, just a reminder about the photo policy. So blue lanyards means photos are okay. Red or orange means no photos, and in between, yellow means you can ask permission. So I think that's all of the details. Please enjoy the events. Thank you for coming, and look forward to meeting everyone this week.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. My slides are somewhere. Okay, I send them. philosophy, or just BART because that's simpler. I'm a DevOps engineer working for GNOME Foundation, and I'm here to, complain about GNOME infrastructure and about you personally. I'm kidding, but only halfway. So, let me give you an overview about what basically we are working on before I move on to what's next, basically. So yeah, we are running 3 servers running OpenShift, which is like a Kubernetes distribution from Red Hat, which allows us to actually manage all this mess. We are also running 3 servers running Ceph cluster because we need something to actually have the persistent data working in a way that doesn't lose the data every week. We are streaming this conference via Big Blue Button, which we are using for all the video conferencing stuff or meetings online, and we are also donating this service to community at large. So if you need to run a conference, just give us some email and we will sort this out. On top of that, we are running 7 virtual machines, which are running everything and nothing that actually has to be somehow extracted from everything else. So SMTP, IMAP for email, LDAP, DNS logs. And to make things work, we also have 8 CI runners running a diverse set of distributions. So all of this, including previous servers, are either running Red Hat Enterprise Linux or Ubuntu or Fedora or since recently NixOS. And on top of that, we are running a bunch of additional services. So, and this list is not even complete, to be honest. So we have everything and nothing. Applications reviews, authentication service, blogs, feed aggregator. We are hosting Flatpak repositories. We are using a newsletter manager. As I said, it's a lot. So the problem with all of that is that the number of bars never gets above 1.5. And as you can imagine, this kind of doesn't really work when you start calculating all of this. As I said, depending on my workload working on FlatHub, working on whatever you're expecting me to do, it really depends how much time I have every week. So if you start counting things like maintenance, because there are databases to run, updates to apply, updates, as you probably know, like to break, it gets complicated. So yeah, this is the griping part, kind of. So the general idea is that we will basically stop accepting random requests from you in general at large, and we will kind of try to reposition to running platform as a service. This is a nice corporate term to tell you that you are responsible for services you are requesting from us. Obviously, like, this works both ways. We can be talking here about developer empowerment or whatever is the fancy term these days. But the general idea is that if you are, for example, interested in running this, let it be Fediverse, peer-to-peer video service, then we will basically expect you to run it. We'll help you sort this out. So obviously, it's not easy. Like, where do I store my data? What are the databases? How do I deploy Docker image? OpenShift is like another set of complicated things, because for security purposes, all images are unprivileged. So it doesn't exactly work how people are usually using Docker or Podman. But basically, we will only help you, and we will be on call, but if something is too problematic, we'll basically hand off the pager back to you. Obviously, I'm speaking now about the empowering you, but this is also about my potential burnout or fatigue, right? We cannot be forever extending the list of services we are running. It's a game you cannot win. The list of requests is endless, pretty much. There's always something new, shiny, that someone thinks we should be running on our infrastructure. It just doesn't work. And as part of that, basically we have been working on OpenShift and kind of getting to the state which still looks quite terrible, but it's actually better than it was 4 years ago, to actually get everything into that OpenShift cluster, because this way we can actually let you run your own workloads without our involvement. Previously, we had a set of VMs, some Puppet code, which was fun. Like, if you know that tool, it wasn't easy either. So basically, we are in the position now where we can actually help you run whatever you need to run, as compared to, hey, you need Puppet, you need this, you need that, and you need to provision your own VM. That didn't work. So yeah, there's also a set of other things that we have been postponing forever because of that OpenShift migration, and whatever migrations, there's always some migration to happen, which is also a problem. But there is a set of things that we are looking into fixing long term, because they are also taking a lot of my and Andrea times. So it doesn't really make sense or actually your time as well. It doesn't make sense to keep running things that way. So yeah, the first thing is deprecation of macOS Runner, which has been used only by, I think, glib and GTK, but for very good reason. Apple apparently doesn't want people to have any sort of containers solution, and today's expectation from CI systems is that all containers or jobs or CI jobs or whatever are ephemeral. So you have your own definition of jobs, you can install your dependencies, the build things happen or whatever you are doing, then it disappears and you are good. It doesn't work that way with macOS, so you have this physical machine most of the time, which executes everything on the host. So it gets tricky when everyone wants a different set of dependencies and everything is just running havoc on the root file system because you are running brew or whatever. So it turned out that it's not actually useful to anyone the way we are running this, especially given that I personally hate it. Like, turns out you cannot do everything over SSH like you would expect from a Unix system. You actually need to go into VNC, open a terminal via VNC, and this is when you can actually do some things. Like, you cannot enable service auto start without using VNC, for example. So we are looking into deprecating this. Someone has already volunteered to provide a CI, macOS CI for glib. We are also talking to Circle CI about providing something similar for GTK. But yeah, if this is something that, I don't know, if you like pain and crying, then I'm really looking forward to someone helping me out with this. Yeah, better monitoring of CI/CD health. So how it works these days is that things work, then they stop, and you come to us to tell us that things are broken. The thing is that turns out the developers are pretty terrible at running builds locally, so a lot of people are using CI/CD as their environment for checking whether things actually build. So we couldn't really have a sane way of monitoring what's going on with runners. The current idea is that we will pick a set of projects which are known to use something called mergebot. So this way we know that we can monitor specific branches like master or stable branches, whether the CI is healthy. So when we notice that percentage of jobs of protected branches are failing, we will know, basically. Which is kind of the point that, like, it's part of the critical things we are doing as staff. So we want people to have a reliable CI at whatever they are doing. But it's also complicated with people abusing CI for converting anime episodes to a different video format, which has happened. So we are looking into that. It won't be perfect, but it's kind of complicated how to get this right. Does anyone know what DoApp is? Yeah, it's terrible, right? I mean, it made sense. It's an XML format for describing your project. In the reality, the only thing we are using it for is specifying who maintainers are. Everything XML is terrible. It just doesn't work. It's overcomplicated. My impression is that people are copying this over from other projects and just replacing whatever they need to replace. And let's be honest, no one will be checking XML file to check which programming language you are using. We could do better. It's something that has been there forever, but it's time to say goodbye to this file, and we should replace that with some simple JSON file or whatever for just specifying usernames and maybe some basic GitLab settings. So that's something on my agenda because it's unnecessary at this point. Yeah, another thing, FTP admin. So if you are maintaining a module for GNOME, it means that after you do all the mambo jumbo to make a release on GitLab, then you need to actually create a tarball locally, then copy it over to a specific server and run magical FTP admin incantation that will put this file on specific directory and will do a bunch of other unspecified things that also tend to fail. It's another thing that has been there since forever, and it probably made sense at some point. But given that we are using GitLab these days, we could really do something simpler, like you make attack, everything happens somehow magically. There's like no reason why we couldn't have an automation which will handle all of this for you. Yeah, but like with everything that is in a project for 20 years or something, it's not easy. So it would be very helpful if we can talk about your ideal workflow for how things should work. It's something that won't happen overnight, right? It's just too complicated and attached to everything else, but seeing FTP admin gone would be definitely a great thing. Planet, another thing that we are having since forever. So this is the feed aggregator we are using on planet.gnome.org, which is Python 2 in 2023, using a project which has not seen a commit since at least 10 years. So it's great because it works, but it's not great because it will stop working at some point and people will come to me complaining that they no longer see their new post on Planet. So the idea here is to have some glue that will, I don't know, fetch RSS feeds and then feed it into Hugo or whatever is the static site generator of this week. And this way, this will be actually better and easier to maintain. So things work because they work, but it's never, last. And yeah, ODRS, it's the bane of my existence. It's another of these services we are running since a long time. So every time you go to KDE Discover or GNOME Software, you can see all these unhelpful reviews that are saying that this application is terrible, and some scores as well. The problem is that this service is somehow capable of breaking everything else running on our infrastructure. Well, not anymore, but that's the thing. I have spent more time looking into fixing that would probably take to rewrite it. The problem with ODRS is that we have no practical way to tell that someone is using it. So, for example, for some time, I've had the idea, which I never followed up, that maybe I should, for example, talk to Canonical because they are developing their own Snap Store frontend again, which will be different from GNOME Software. So that kind of sounds like something we could be talking about. But then it turns out they already start using this. So we have another set of applications hitting our API, which is just impossible to get right. So ODRS is using post HTTP method to read data. So you are actually using a method for sending whatever to read things back, because it tries to calculate how often specific data is being fetched. This table, which has like 30 millions of records, because every time you are fetching a review, it records the time and what actually you tried to fetch, is without a unique index, meaning that every time you are reading from this table or writing this data, you are doing a full table scan. And it's only the beginning of the problems. I could spend much longer talking about that. The thing is that cannot, be. We need to replace that with something or deprecate completely. And that's kind of the thing here, that everyone uses it. So we cannot easily, say that we are breaking API and happily breaking GNOME software on Ubuntu LTS or whatever. So it's kind of a minefield how to get that solved. Yeah, I don't have answers for that one. Maybe that will just stick around forever, like other things. And yeah, that's, I think, sums up the list of things we are actually going to be looking into. The idea is that we will basically simplify everything we can, because we cannot be forever maintaining all these things which are basically a technical debt. Yeah, that's the TLDR version. So we want to reduce all this technical debt we need to fight with. We will reorient to provide platform as a service, so you can maintain whatever you need to maintain. Obviously, we will be helping you, and as usually, there's no documentation for any of this, so that's something we want to look into, because we cannot be forever answering the basic questions. But again, that's on us. We are not expecting everyone to be suddenly an infrastructure expert. And yeah, that's it. Are there any questions? Do we have a microphone for?
No, you need to repeat the question.
Okay, that's fine. There?
I was curious, what is like the biggest blocker left for getting people to run their own OpenShift like application?
I think the main problem is that OpenShift expects certain set of things. Yeah, the question was, what are the biggest blockers to actually use OpenShift by developers? So its own set of restrictions where you cannot do like things that you are running apt-get or whatever during runtime. Like entire file system is read-only. You are expected to run as a user, things like this. So it's slightly different than how people are using Docker or Podman locally, where you are just YOLO apt-get, YOLO DNF, whatever. That's the main problem. I've seen Rob raise hand.
Yeah, my question was, how can we help? Like, should we be like getting all of the companies to lend some DevOps engineers, and we have an infrastructure hackfest where those things that always break, we just focus on fixing them. It's like, let's replace DRS, let's replace Planet, let's migrate the last things in OpenShift, and just do that for like a week and just try and get all the right people to take away some of the like constant learning bias. Like, would that be helpful? Should the foundation be trying to have a good old barn raising, and we can like get to the flying car future sooner?
Yeah, so Rob's question is whether we should get people all around or funds to help us replace all these things. I don't know. The problem is that there is a lot of context which has been as usually lost. So it takes time to reverse engineer whatever to actually understand. I mean, it's obviously easy for me to criticize from this point in time things that someone has decided about 10 years ago. 10 years ago, these things probably made sense. So my concern always is that it will take more time to get someone onboarded than to fix that myself. But maybe I'm wrong about that.
We need to start sooner then, right?
Yeah. Anyone else?
Did have one more question.
Okay.
The concept of somebody running their own application on OpenShift is really, it's great. That is something that is really going to help you a lot. However, it doesn't solve the problem that somebody writes this, they write their great new service in OpenShift, and then a year later they're gone. And now it's back on you. And I was wondering if you had any ideas about how you might sort of handle that. Because in the end, you'll end up in the same situation as just now running in OpenShift.
Right. So the question is whether we will not get into a situation where someone deploys a service and then disappears and we are stuck with that service again. Yeah, there is no good way to solve that. What works is being strict, basically. If you are gone, if something is broken, we are deprecating the service. That's it. Like, obviously, things happen, life happens, you are busy with work, whatever. So that won't be like 3 days notice that we will remove it unless you fix that. But the idea is that if we have not stamped this like official GNOME service, then it will be at some point removed if it's broken. All right. In that case, thank you very much, and see you around.
again. Anyway, my name is Federico Mena. I've been working on accessibility for, about a year and a half. And if you came to my GUADEC talk from last year, you'll already know that I haven't been fixing accessibility problems in themselves. I've rather been cleaning up the underlying infrastructure so that the people who actually know how accessibility is supposed to work can have an easier time of actually fixing the goddamn thing. So I'm just doing cleanups in the basement where all the machinery lives and it's full of dust and cockroaches and everything. So anyway, you might remember this diagram from the last time. Don't be overwhelmed by it. The architecture is a bit complex, but we'll go through it shortly. So, do I have a pointer? No. Okay. All right. Please tell me if you cannot hear me. So, at the top, we have the things that the user sees, GTK4 applications, WebKit for a web browser, Qt5. On the other end, we have GNOME shell and GTK3, and they are separate because while these guys talk to the accessibility infrastructure directly via dbus daemon, the things over here, like GNOME shell and GTK3 and LibreOffice, they still talk to the accessibility infrastructure using an intermediary layer called ATK. ATK is our really old accessibility toolkit, and it's just an API that you can implement to make your own toolkit accessible. So I'm going to talk just about little chunks of the infrastructure one by one. So at the very bottom, we have dbus daemon, which takes care of communication between the accessibility components, and the ASP registry. ASP registry is just a very tiny little daemon that keeps track of which accessible applications are running so that the screen reader, Orca, can ask the registry, hey, which applications are running and are accessible? And the registry says, oh, okay, we have a GTK3 app over here, we have GNOME shell, and we have a GTK4 app over here. And everything else goes over dbus daemon. Anyway, for now, we're just going to focus on the communication. So you can see the thing we're focusing on is the dbus communication part. If you look here from the left, GNOME shell goes through ATK, ATK adapter, and droute. What the hell is droute? Well, we have to learn a little history here. dbus first appeared in about 2002, 2003, so dbus is 20 years old now. And at first, the way you communicated through dbus was by using the libdbus library. There was no other implementation of the dbus communications protocol except libdbus itself. It was until much later that people started re-implementing dbus communication language. But at first, you had to use libdbus, which is a very, very old C library. And it's pretty inconvenient to use. You tell libdbus, please create a message structure, and in that message, here's the method name I want to call, and here's the arguments I want to call, and the first argument has a value of type string, and here's the value, and the second argument is of type int, and here's the value. So it's very, very cumbersome to call dbus methods using libdbus. So to make that a bit easier, Mike Gors, one of the accessibility people, wrote this thing called droute, and another thing called dbind. So droute goes from dbus to your application, and dbind goes from your application out to the outside to dbus. So it's like two-way communication. And you can think of droute and dbind as a very early prototypical state of the thing we have right now, which is called gvariant. Gvariant appeared in glib in 2010. And it is this very nice binary format for packing a bunch of values together in a single blob and then sending it over the DBoS wire in a very convenient way. And GDBoS appeared, GDBoS appeared 8 years after DBoS first appeared. So during those first 8 years, calling DBoS was pretty painful. GDBoS is now in glib since back then, and now, of course, there are DBoS implementations native to other programming languages, which are much more convenient to use than from C. But anyway, the original infrastructure for accessibility still calls libdbos directly via drout and dbind, and it looks like this, you know? When you want to call when you receive a method call, you have to say, okay, I'm gonna start a message iterator on the message to receive the arguments. So while I'm gonna receive an array of strings here, so please initialize the iterator, and while there are more values, and the argument I'm getting is not of type invalid, it's called invalid instead of the last one for some reason, you know. Please give me a pointer to the string. I promise you it's a string. I have no convenient way of checking that. Please duplicate the string, so it's now memory control, and go to the next one. And this is horrible, man. It's like when you look at that code for the first time, it's like when you're watching a horror movie and you see the abject horror for the first time, and you go like, fuck. And just the same as in a horror movie, it's there, it's horrible, it gives you like the heebie-jeebies all over, but it cannot hurt you. It's just an image there in the screen. And the code is there, and it's very scary, but it cannot hurt you. You know, you have to remember that this is just a performance that you have to get through, and in the end, you will have learned something about yourself. And the thing you learn about yourself when you get through the code is that it's horrible, but we can clean it up because we wrote it in the first place. You know, it's not an eldritch horror from the universe that comes to eat you. It's just code. So once you get past the initial horror, where you can say, okay, well, let's find a way to clean this up. Anyway, the way you declare DBoS methods is via XML, because early 2000s, so of course it was XML. JSON did not exist back then, right? So when you define a DBoS method, you say, okay, my method is called getItems. They're at the top. And it has a single return value, which is direction out. So it's an out parameter, the return value. And it's a type of something, right? And it's notated using individual letters for the types of each little value there. So an A means an array, and the parentheses indicates that it's a structure, so it's like a compound record. And this thing is a reference to an object, and a reference to the application that is sending the message, and a reference to the parent of the object, and then we have the index of the parent, and they have the child count, and they have an array of interface names that the object supports, because here we are querying the accessibility tree of objects, so each object supports a different number of interfaces, which are strings. And then each accessible object has a short name, which is the thing that the screen reader says to you, so it says button, or menu item, or window, or checkbox. And then it has a role, so it is actually, which is a number. U stands for unsigned integer. And role is like, is it actually a button or an entry or a text field or a menu item or something else? And then a human readable description for when you ask the screen reader, please tell me, you know, it's not just a button that says, okay, it's an activate the window, or it actually has a more meaningful description. And then an array of states, which it's some accessibility shit. And if you read it like this, it's absolutely unreadable. But if you write a struct, like a record, like in Pascal or C or Rust, this is more or less Rust code, you can actually understand it, you know? So we have the object reference, the application, the parent, the index in the parent. If you write it out this way, it's actually fairly, you know, fairly easy to understand. And you can say, oh, okay, each field corresponds to one of the letters in that horrible thing. Now, one problem we had in the history of accessibility is that we had the XML descriptions for the accessibility interfaces in XML, and then we had all the C code that did all of its marshalling and demarshalling using libdbos, like I showed you before, the abject horror. And one problem we had is that what was in the type signatures in the XML, it got out of sync with what the code was actually reading from the wire. Somebody was, you know, writing the thing and debugging the thing and changing the C code. And they said, oh, okay, this argument should not really be an integer. It should be a string or an array of something. And they changed the C code, but they forgot to change. And we did not have anything to make sure that the XML stayed in sync with the C code. So we have had cases where the XML says one thing, the C code demarshals another thing, and what people who implemented other toolkits used was not the original XML. It was the introspected XML, because dbos allows introspection. You can ask a dbos application, please give me your interfaces, and it returns back an XML, which is supposed to be identical to the original one, but nothing enforces that, right? Because when you do the introspection, you call a method on the application and you tell it, please give me the interfaces you support, and it returns back an XML, but nothing takes care of ensuring that that XML actually corresponds to the original, and of course it doesn't, right? Because somebody forgot to update the compilation steps so that the original XML generates the thing that you send over the wire. So anyway, I fixed that last year, so in theory that happens correctly now. But we are now fixing the other thing, which is making sure that the original XML has no way of falling out of sync with the C code. This is not fixed yet, but it's in process. So how the hell are we going to fix that? Because there's no, I mean, now that we have GDBOS instead of plain libdbos, GDBOS can generate code for you based on the XML, C code that you can call, but we don't want you to use that. Another thing that happened during the history of accessibility is that the XML started out one way, but then it changed. They actually remembered to change it, and they also changed the C code. But what happened is that, okay, we changed the type signatures in the XML interfaces, but we cannot assume that all the applications change their definitions as well. So the accessibility code is written so that it can support both the original type signature and the new one. And it's horrible in the C code because it says, okay, dbos, what type signature am I getting? Am I getting the old one or the new one? And if it's the old one, I demarshal it by hand using some code. And if it's a new one, I demarshal it with another chunk of code. And then the code has, if old, then do this, else if new, then do that, else return an error. It doesn't always return an error because it's C code, of course. So anyway, if we used a modern programming language like Rust, we could have a nice enumeration that says, okay, this is the old one with the old data, and here, or this is the new one with the new data, and there's no third possibility because at the time I demarshal this, if I don't detect one of those, I just return an error immediately, you know? Anyway, so we want to get to that point. So how are we going to do that? That guy, the driver with the sunglasses, that's Zishan. Is Zishan here? Oh, can you stand up, please? And face the crowd. Sorry. So that's this guy. Zishan has written us an absolutely beautiful implementation of dboss in Rust, which is just a dboss implementation. You know, you give it values and it can call methods on the other end, so it builds up the message using Rust. It does not use the C libraries at all. And the magic of ZBoss is this. Okay. The magic of ZBoss is that you define your structs on this side that you want to marshal and demarshal. You tell the language, derive type, you know, hash derive blah, blah, blah type. And what that thing does is for your struct item, when you do that, you get a signature method. And you call signature, and it gives you back a string that looks like this. And you can assert that the fucking thing is the thing you expect, right? There's no way to do this in C. You cannot write a struct in C and tell it, please give me the dboss signature that this C struct would use, so that I can check it against the original XML. But with Rust, we can do that. And the next step is, of course, to replace the signature down there with something that actually comes from the XML. So this goes in the unit tests. And if you change the XML and you run the test suite, and if you forget to change your struct, the compiler will complain, or you know, the test runner will complain that you forgot to change either the XML of the code and they are now out of sync. So we are gonna fix this thing the right way. We're gonna use ZBoss to generate the type signatures based on the Rust code, and we are gonna make the tests check the type signatures against the original XML so that there will be no way for them to fall out of sync ever again. We hope. We really hope. Anyway, back to other things. That was the communications part. Now that there is a beautiful implementation of dboss in Rust, people have been creating a Rust binding for the accessibility interfaces in Rust. It's just called the ATSP crate. ATSP means Assistive Technology Service Provider Interface, because this thing came from the Java world. The people who wrote the accessibility interfaces at Sun originally, they came from Java Swing, and Java is full of horrible acronyms. So we also inherited the horrible acronyms from Java. So Assistive Technology Service Provider Interface, we just call it ATSP now, you know? Anyway, there's a Rust crate for using ATSP easily now, using ZBoss underneath. And Odelia up there is a new screen reader being written in Rust. The idea is not to replace Orca, because Orca is super functional and does a lot of interesting stuff. Orca is written in Python, but the people writing Odelia, they just want to write a new screen reader on their own. And the really interesting part for myself, I am working on the infrastructure, is that they are taking care of, because they are writing the dboss binding in Rust, they are actually taking the time to ensure that all the interfaces have the right type signatures and everything. And they are writing the tooling that I just showed you to check the type signatures and the XML and everything else. So they are doing a lot of useful work for us. That's Ferris, the Rust mascot, and they are using a cane to navigate some tactile paving on the ground, you know? You've seen this on streets all over the world. Anyway, let's go back to our big diagram. What's the next part? Let's talk about Orca and the Python stack. Orca is a screen reader that many people have seen here. If you have not used a screen reader, turn it on. It's fun to use. You go to the accessibility menu in GNOME shell and you turn on the screen reader and it tells you whether it's correctly activated. It has a tutorial. You can read the help manual. It's nicely written. Using the screen reader, if you have never used it, it takes a little while to get used to it because you have to learn new commands to navigate. You know, if you cannot see, if you're a blind person, well, you cannot see the monitor, so you have to actually listen to what the screen reader is saying, and there's new hotkeys you can use to navigate things back and forth. Orca is written in Python. It was written a really long time ago, so we had a handwritten Python binding for libatsp, which is a C library that reads back all the information from dbus and exposes it to Orca. And we are just about to remove that intermediate layer called PyAtsp2. PyAtsp2 is it's a Python binding written by hand, and we are replacing it with the automatically generated GObject introspection Python binding directly from libatsp, like every other GObject library these days. So this is being done by Joan-Marie Dix, the maintainer of Orca, and she has been absolutely on fire this last month. This last month, she removed mostly all of PyAtsp from Orca, and it's a really big change. So kudos to Joan-Marie. Orca didn't used to have continuous integration, so I added it last month. It's very basic because Orca doesn't have a useful test suite right now. It had a really old test suite, but which was more about testing that applications were implementing their accessibility correctly, rather than actually testing Orca. So unfortunately, we have to redo that. But anyway, Orca has CI now. For now, it just runs a Python linter. We use a new Python linter called Ruf. It's written in Rust, and it's really, really, really fast. If you've used PyLint in the past and gotten a lot of pain from how slow it is, give a try to Ruf. It's really, really fucking fast. It's fantastic. And Joan-Marie has been fixing all the linter errors. You know, it started with almost 1,000 errors back last month, and now it's down to just a few, which is just complaining about this line is too long, this line is too long, and easy stuff like that. But all the lints about this exception is uncut or has the wrong type, that's fixed now. Next, let's talk about Flatpak. One thing about the accessibility infrastructure is that you're essentially giving a screen reader or some other assistive technology full access to the user interface of your application, which you thought was perfectly sandboxed and secure, right? So what if you have a malicious thing that says, oh, sure, I'm a screen reader. Let me sniff all the passwords you type. Or let me, you know, put some spyware via the accessibility layer like it has happened, I don't know, like in Android. Anyway, the thing we want to do is write an accessibility portal that lies with all the portals for Flatpak. So one thing that Orca and screen readers require is they require capturing a bunch of hotkeys, you know. The compositor, GNOME shell, will set up handlers for a bunch of hotkeys like the Windows key or, you know, F2 or whatever. But the screen reader wants to capture caps lock, insert, a bunch of keys depending on the context. You know, if you're navigating a text field, there will be screen reader hotkeys for, you know, moving through paragraphs. If you are in if you are navigating a table in a web browser, then there will be hotkeys that say, read me the current column name or the current row name, or navigate between cells in the table. Whereas if you're a sighted user and you use a web browser, then you can just see the table and mouse around it. If you're using a screen reader, you actually need to ask it, read me the column header and the row header so that I know which cell I'm looking at. And there's ways to navigate that using a screen reader. So depending on the context you are in, a text field, a table, a form with buttons. The hotkeys that the screen reader needs to capture, they change depending on that context. So the screen reader needs to tell the compositor, hey, please now give me this set of keys, now give me this other set of keys. So Tightoyem is writing an accessibility portal that will let the screen reader communicate to the current toolkit for the current application, hey, please, I need to handle this key, so I'm going to handle this, don't handle it yourself. So that's being done. And there's a lot of stuff happening around accessibility these days, thankfully. KDE is doing an accessibility push. They are auditing their applications for actually being accessible. Red Hat just hired Lucas Tarichter to fix accessibility bugs everywhere. And Lucas is blind, and he also knows Rust, and he sends me beautiful patches for librsvg every now and then, for which I'm really thankful. And the Document Foundation just hired Michael Weghorn to work on accessibility in LibreOffice, which is fantastic news. Tightoyem is a newcomer to GNOME. He's doing the accessibility portal for Flatpak, and he's getting sponsored by, we have also a newcomer called Matt Campbell. He's an ex-Microsoft guy. He worked on screen readers at Microsoft, and he's sponsoring Tight to write this for Flatpak. And Michael is giving out bounties for people who want to implement accessibility stuff, and he's ex-Microsoft. He has some money to fund people, so, you know, get in touch with me if you'd like me to put in touch with Matt. And the big news, which I'm not allowed to fully reveal yet, is that GNOME may be getting funding to hire people to work on accessibility. So that's great. I'm so happy about that. That's Ferris using a Braille keyboard. And that's all I have for now. For people, that's the disability pride flag. It's a relatively new flag in the pride space. And it has a beautiful story. You know, it's a bit, it's not fully saturated, it's a bit desaturated because they consulted with people who with special neurological conditions, so to say, oh, okay, we don't want like super bright saturated colors, so the black is about mourning for the people who have died because their accessibility needs were not met, and I don't remember exactly, it's like green is for people with physical disabilities, and red is for people with neurological disabilities, something like that. And it has a beautiful story. You can look it up. The flag is from 2001, and the disability community is now using it as their, as their own flag. So it's a nice thing. So maybe we have a little time for questions. Yes? Yeah, the question is if the plan is to ship accessibility tools as Flatpaks or if they are assumed to come from the system, like the screen reader and such. We're not sure yet. Shipping new accessibility tools as Flatpaks that people can just download from FlatHub is certainly very interesting. We'll see what the accessibility portal lets us do. There's this thing about, there's this recurrent thing about there not being a way in Wayland to say, hey, this is a privileged component. And the accessibility thing certainly needs some sort of privilege to say, hey, I want to sniff everything that you do. So yeah, that's still open for discussion. Yes?
How you test accessibility in GNOME? For example, which guideline do you use for how you get conformance, or maybe you don't have this conformance? Do you use VHAG for reference?
Yeah, the question is whether we have any sort of conformance guide or guideline for accessibility in GNOME. There was a guide about how to write accessible applications and toolkits. It's there, buried in the various geologic layers of the wiki. It's probably really hard to find now, and it's probably very outdated. One of the things I'm trying to do with accessibility is to write a new developer's guide, and it's now inside the repository for the accessibility infrastructure, so it gets published along with everything else right now. So we don't have a guideline or any sort of conformance suite yet, so that's still to be written. If you have thoughts about how to do that, I'd really be interested. And I'm out of time, so thank you everyone for attending, and you can expect nice things to happen in the accessibility space pretty soon, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, hi everyone. I guess we're gonna start now. Hi, I'm Emanuele. Yeah, you might know me as a GTK team developer. I've been involved in various stuff in the GNOME community for like about 20 years now. So if you don't know me, then I hope I'll make a good first impression at this point. So today I'm going to talk about oxidizing GTK, which is a topic that it's probably going to be contentious, so just bear with me for a second. So as usual for my presentations, there's a disclaimer. I started a lot of presentations this way. So a lot of this presentation is based on a thought experiment. I don't want to give a bad impression or false impression that this is sanctioned in any way, shape, or form. These are my personal ideas and thoughts and experiences. The tone of this whole presentation may sound a bit dire in place. Please do not be alarmed. Because while I think that things need to change in the future in the GTK space, and that ultimately there is a time limit to what we can do and what we can achieve, I don't think we are on a clock yet. It's been 25 years. GTK is like 25 years old, more than 25 years old now. We can take some more time to get things right before just plunging ahead. But the presentation, what I'm trying to do is mainly trying to impress a feeling not of urgency, but of possibility. There is work to do, but there is space for experimentation. So, why? As I said, GTK is more than 25 years old, so it's an old project, it's an old toolkit. There's no point dancing around the matter. It encodes roughly 25 years of knowledge on how to write a GUI toolkit for Linux across different display servers and iterations of the graphics subsystem and rendering models. Depending on how you count it, GTK4, which is the latest API version, is between 7 and 3 years old at this point. And while we managed to shed a ton of cruft that we accumulated over the years, some of the internals are still the way they are because they were committed that way. So like things like input, text, rendering, and widget layout. Even the windowing system backends are kind of the same as they were in GTK2, GTK3. GTK also implements a complete toolkit for X11, a fairly complete toolkit for Wayland, minus some like optional extensions to the protocol, and a somewhat competent toolkit for Windows and macOS. We usually refactor what we can, and we drop broken abstractions and layering violations, and we committed them many times over the years. But the length of each iteration has to be kind of counterbalanced with the ability of application developers to sustain the rate of change. So we spent 9 years with the GTK2 API series, 9 years with the GTK3 API series, and while the GTK4 API series is likely going to be shorter, it's not going to be shorter by a lot. And also, with each and every iteration of the GTK API, so 2, 3, 4, we do need to provide larger and better incentives for porting applications and desktop environments to that new major version. Otherwise, GTK will become a science experiment, and it will be perfect, but will be used by exactly nobody. GObject is kind of slightly newer than GTK. It's 2001-ish, but it's basically, it's more than 20 years old. It was designed for a very different era. And we might think GObject as this newfangled technology, but it's just the GTK type system that came with GTK 1.x, just moved down the stack and with a different namespace, with additional like functionality that didn't exist at the time, but the basics are still the same. It's a runtime type system that is modeled on C++ and Java object models. It has multi-dispatch in the form of signals, and it has internal state mutators in the form of properties. That's it. The same reason why GObject allows us to create a complete software development platform is also the reason why touching the type system is incredibly complicated. So the runtime aspect of the type system is like problematic. There is no or very little like compile time aspect, which means we need to run the code to understand how the type system works or what it does. It's why GObject introspection cannot be cross-compiled without having like native toolchains. You basically have to instantiate the types to understand what kind of properties, what kind of signals, and what kind of like inheritance they have. If you cannot do that at compile time, you need to run code. And since you have no compile time aspect, the test suite that we have are incredibly complicated. We have an entire test that is not auto-generated, but it uses runtime reflection to see if the GTK objects are initializing the properties that they declare with the right default value. And sometimes that fails. Why? You have to run it to know. So there's another problem with the runtime aspect, which is we have a runtime aspect in C, but how does that mesh with the runtime aspect of using the same API in different languages? Reference counting towards garbage collection, inheritance, who knows? So there are also limitations in the threading model. It's a lot. Oh, sorry. But aside from technological issues, which are many, it's not really about technological issues at all. It's about social issues. And the core of it is we're still using C, which is a language that is type safe only if all your types are integers. And even there, it's actually pretty terrible at defining what those types are. So raise your hand if you know how big an enum is. You're all wrong. Because the C spec doesn't define that. How big is the bool type in C99? Nobody knows. Not even the C, the working, the ISO C working group knows how big it is. It's not even like the undefined behaviors or the implementation defined behaviors. It's just that C developers are a very slowly renewable resource. We can write documentation, we can improve the tutorials and mentor newcomers every day of the week and twice on a Sunday. But the inescapable truth is that the world has, by and large, moved on from C. It's great for people like me who have job security, job done. But it's kind of like being a COBOL developer. It's not great. It's also not great for GTK because at some point there is going to be very, very few people left that can affect change on the toolkit and on the platform. And every time we increase the size of the platform, it gets more complicated to do that because there are very, very few people who can do that. And at the end of the day, you might like C just as somebody else might dislike it. And yeah, but at the end of the day, if a project doesn't have new contributors, then we might just pack up and leave. One of the things that happened pretty constantly during the history of GNOME is that there are cycles in the development of GNOME applications. Once upon a time, all our applications were written in C. Sadly, we still are writing applications in C for some, I don't know, brain worms. Then we had Python, then we had Vala, then we had JavaScript, and now it's mostly Rust. And the reason why it happens is in part because of the hype. IT works on hype. But it's also, on the social perspective, is like a network effect. People see new projects being written in a new language or a fairly established language, and that gives them some sort of security blanket. They find a new issue. If they find a new issue, they can talk to people and read other code to understand that. And the end result is that more people file issues, then more people submit merge requests, more people write tutorials and documentation, and they get involved in the project. Library development in GNOME has been stuck on C for 25 years. We haven't moved from the original announcement from Miguel that said that we should write our libraries in C and then write application in Guile. That worked out pretty fine. I'm sure we all know our Lisp. But we improved the way we write documentation and tutorials and stuff like that. We made it incredibly easy to fix the documentation, add new stuff there. But you cannot ask people to just jump in with C development, and you cannot ask the people that are already doing library development to also write a ton of new documentation, new tutorials, because they're already busy doing the software stuff. And they're doing that, the result is a team 10 times the size, and there is just no time. And while C might allow you to do nasty and scary, clever things. It's like really terrible at every step of the way. 20 years after the creation of the spec, we are starting to use C99 in the GNOME platform. We have designated initializers, we have compound literals, we have declarations after statements, and it's great, except it really is not. The code is not any more like readable or ergonomic. We cannot use, for instance, cleanup attributes because we support, not in GNOME per se, GNOME can do it, but GTK and glib cannot do it because we support the Microsoft Visual C compiler. And the Visual C compiler doesn't have cleanup attributes, which are a GCC and CLang feature. And that complicates our code. That makes it harder to read, harder to follow, and harder to fix if something goes wrong, because things will go wrong. We are all still visited by the curses of developing, like, in the 90s, well into, like, the third decade of the 21st century. And high-level languages, like, have higher-order constructs and optimizations that make writing correct code a lot easier and a lot more reliably performant. And yeah, we can be real men, real women, and real furry creatures from Alpha Centauri, but at some point, just not minding the pain isn't going to make the pain go away. And we cannot self-select our community based on pain tolerance. And yes, I am a Linux user of 25 years and a Linux desktop developer of 20, so that might sound a bit rich coming from me, but I mean, the question is there an upper limit to the amount of pain a human being can sustain, or a limit to the amount of pain that human beings can inflict upon others? The existence of the C ISO working group seems to indicate the answer to both questions is negative. The standard body for the C programming language will not save us. It's pointless to try. And if you don't believe me, this is straight from the ISO C working group. It will not happen. So, how would you take a code base that measures in the roughly 500,000 lines of C code and integrate a higher level language into it in order to replace that aging C code? The word you're looking for is carefully. So GTK will not be the first project looking at doing that. And so we can look at other projects that did the jump and see what kind of constraints they're operating under and see what they did that we can copy or at least take inspiration from. So librsvg is probably the most notable project that has been incrementally ported from G-Object-C to Rust. It still, unfortunately, uses autotools. So that's sorry, that's -1, Federico. librsvg uses various crates from the Rust ecosystem, which are used to be vendored. Nowadays, I don't think they're vendored anymore in release tarbles. The API surface of librsvg is pretty small. It's basically a handwritten C header file to maintain backward compatibility with other colors and generate the introspection. It's small enough that it doesn't go through any code generation whatsoever. But also it exposes its own API as a Rust crate. So in theory, you can, not in theory, you can use it from Rust directly. So it's a mixed API. GStreamer is the other consumer of the G-Object type system. As long as you implement G-Object, you can write pipeline elements for GStreamer in any language you want. But it seems that at the moment, Rust is the favorite for the next generation of GStreamer elements. They started integrating Rust for specific bits inside the core of GStreamer, but out of 3 elements written Rust are used as a separate API, use a separate API. One of the things that GStreamer developers are doing is incrementally fixing Meson, their build system, to be able to integrate Rust crates into the pipeline as Meson subprojects. Serd wrote an interesting blog post about that. Mesa started off as C code base. They introduced C++ because, let's be honest, writing a parser and a compiler for GPU-oriented languages like GLSL and its intermediate representations, it's a lot easier if you can just copy-paste the examples from the Dragon book. Then when they realized that the GLSL compiler that they had was pretty crap, they phased out C++, and now it lives only in specific drivers. But unperturbed by that particular misadventure with C++, the Mesa developers introduced Rust for implementing OpenCL, which is the compute core language. They don't use Cargo. They only use Meson. They worked, one of the Mesa developers, Dylan Baker, worked on improving Meson support for external crates and compiling Rust inside another Meson project. They do code generation to turn C header files into Rust shims, so you can call into the C code base from Rust, and then vice versa. They expose an API, an internal API. The Linux kernel, it's probably the easiest one. They started adding Rust because they too have a problem of C being bad. And the main difference is that the Linux kernel does not have standard library requirements. So they have their own internal standard library. Right now, Rust is used only for drivers, but who knows? In the future, it might happen that they will add more core components written in Rust. So you might have noticed that all the case studies have a thing in common. They are large C and C++ code bases that integrate Rust. And yeah, so I'm not going to try and sell Rust to you. C developers like me, they kind of like small languages, and a talk from me, a C developer that has been mucking about with the language and the GNOME community for fun and profit, not much profit, but yeah, for 20 years. I can only tell you that you can teach an old dog new tricks. And there is a potential of getting more people involved without necessarily teaching them the monster's manual of advanced Dungeons and Dragons as a precondition. So yes, you might find Rust like a tragic explosion in a glyph factory, but there is no point. We're not going back. The C language is kind of a thing that doesn't exist anymore. Nobody's going to write a very small language that looks like C, it behaves like C, because why would you? So, title drop. As the creator of the pinboard bookmark surfaces and world-renowned Vocaloid, Hatsune Miku said in their famous tweet, programmers put our things off until they become untenable to ignore, and any movement towards change is the result of dramatic underestimation of the effort involved. We've been doing that pretty well for 2 decades in GNOME. So the thesis for this entire presentation is that the window of time is kind of getting smaller. And for any avoidance of doubt, GDK is not a security boundary, at all. You should never, ever run GDK code as root or a privileged user. GDK itself would try really, really hard to discourage you from doing this by just erroring out. But this does not mean that the GDK code should not take into account safety, because if the compiler and the type system can help us while writing code and mock us for our all-too-human shortcomings in the process, then safety in the context of GTK means minimizing the ability to eat our users' data. It means detecting a bunch of issues early at compile time instead of hunting them down because somebody somewhere filed a bug that doesn't tell you much. And also, if the type system can tell you that this blob of data was moved from this function to this other function, and you cannot access it anymore, then it's kind of more powerful to have that inside the compiler instead of having that inside annotation in a code comment that gets parsed by a Python parser written Flex and Bison, and then gets interpreted by, I don't know, like JavaScript. It's, yeah. So just to make it clear, GTK has two ABI boundaries. The first one is outwards, and the second one is inwards. And while we expose one to our users and other libraries and applications, that ABI is supposed to be stable. So we cannot, once we add it, we cannot touch it. The inward ABI is not stable because we want to change it in order to implement the toolkit. But that also means that we cannot use the same tooling that we use to introspect or describe the ABI that faces outwards with the tools that we use for the inward ABI. So we can expose like a CABI straight through the Rust code. I don't know if you can read it, sadly. It's kind of a small thing, but this is an example of a crate that is called RDW4, and it exposes CABI that is handwritten because it's not like massive. It's similar to how librsvg exposes its own ABI. The C symbols calling from the Rust code. But on the other side of the ABI boundary, it's like the internal one, we also need to deal with things like generating Rust code from C symbols. Essentially, we'd be needing a way to generate our own Rust bindings for internal use. And these two would have to be unwritten because we cannot rely on introspection. We are building a dependency of the public GTK API, so we cannot run the introspection parser on that. Luckily for us, the glib Rust bindings have a substantial amount of handwritten code to simplify like wrapping objects and G-objects across the language boundary. But with some work, we can just take it and copy-paste it inside GTK itself. And the real issue with dealing with Rust dependencies is that we cannot really, like, we don't want to copy-paste a ton of code into GTK, but if you think that selling Rust to C developers is hard, try selling the crates ecosystem to, like, Linux distributors for a very core system library like GTK. Because it turns out that Linux distributions are born out of shipping C code to users, and they are not great at doing anything else. I'm sorry about that, distribution developers in the audience, but that's the truth. It took Linux distributions years to cope with C++, and C++ doesn't have a vast ecosystem of modules that are easy to integrate in your code base. Linux distributions are C-oriented platforms, and the people making them are sysadmins. So we are trying to appeal to new developers, but you have to remember that GTK is both an application development library, but also a system-level library. And we cannot flat-pack our old session. Also, like, let's address the fact that cargo is, like, okay. The gentlest way I can put it is that it's an experiment that ran too long, and we're full on into like sunk cost fallacy. As a dependency manager, is like pretty good. As a build system, it is ridiculously bad. The only thing that has going for it is the declarative format, which is completely undone by the existence of the build.rs file, because nothing says this is a good build system when it turns out that you have to write native code to build a binary that generates lines of text that the compiler will parse at runtime in order to know what to compile and how. So, no. So, building software ought to be boring, and yet is like the main source of frustration for like software developers. Taking care of portability, dependency, code generation, and doing so reliably is painful. Anything that moves the ownership of that pain from the maintainers of the software to something or someone else is considered an improvement. That's why GNOME moved to Mason, like in record time. We moved away from autotools, which are still to this day one of the pinnacles of self-inflicted pain in the whole history of computing. And thanks to the work of the GStreamer developers, the Mason developers, and the Mesa developers, we might get better integration with Rust and Mason soon. Ideally, the current thinking is being able to use Rust crates as Mason subprojects. Sadly, Mason subprojects have their own, they've been a constant source of strife for us GTK developers, especially when dealing with CI. And it is abundantly clear that there cannot be free lunches, but it can be a discount. And at the end of the day, adding Rust as a static library for internal stuff inside GTK is not more complicated than this in Mason. But that is kind of an illusion of functionality. There's a lot more that needs to happen. And the interfaces between the bits are kind of pretty rough at the moment. It will require commitment, not just from GTK developers, but also from build system developers, like packagers and everyone else. Because the main selling point of the GNOME platform is not our scintillating personality, though it's a selling point, or the fact that we have achieved in 25 years with 25 years, a box of scraps in a cave, what trillion-dollar companies have done. So it's impressive that we've been able to do so. But one of their main selling points, if not the most important one, is that we have a language-neutral platform that people can consume in multiple languages. So we still need to expose a C ABI in order to have other people consume that particular platform in Rust, Python, JavaScript, Perl, Zig. I have no idea what other languages exist today. I'm in a cave, out of touch. So it's not all frictionless, and will require a lot more work, but we still need to be able to do that. So we can also move the consumer of our platforms to better languages, so we can start oxidizing from the root. So writing applications and new libraries in safer high-level languages is a really good thing, and you should not waste your time or anybody else's by porting applications from JavaScript to Vala and from Vala to Python and to Python to Rust, or vice versa. You should spend more time porting unmaintained applications, making better applications. Port them away from C. Try not to write new applications in C. And then we can also start writing new libraries that those applications can consume. And maybe we can reduce one way to reduce the code side, the C presence in our platform is not just adding Rust to GTK and removing C, but also removing the size of C code that gets shipped every day to our users. And that also includes making G-objects suck less. There's a lot of stuff there. Hypothetically speaking, it might require even an ABI bump or a completely new root of our type system, but who knows? I mean, I've been talking about Rust, but there are other options. C++ is kind of a kitchen sink trash compactor, so maybe we can find something into it without losing our hand in the process. For instance, arfbuzz is written in a very strict subset of C++. Arfbuzz is the library we use for doing text shaping. We as GTK, but also web browsers, LibreOffice, basically everyone else. It uses plain old data types in C++, uses a subset of templates, no exceptions, and not even the C++ standard library. So it's very small. VTE, on the other hand, went full C++. It still exposes a G-object like CABI, but it's like exceptions, templates, like metaprogramming, and blah, blah, blah. The main downsides of integrating C++ is that once you do that, you will have a mix, at which point the C will start behaving really badly, because C compiled with C++ is bad. So you will inevitably end up with a C++ project. Carbon is an template placing restriction in C++ with a new syntax. It's a Google experiment, and we all know how they all end up. But Rust was a Mozilla experiment, and also they have a tendency to go up in flames. But Rust is still here. Maybe Carbon will be still here. Of course, I'm kidding. There's Zig, which is interoperable with C to the point that you can use the Zig compiler to compile C and C++. It comes with its own LLVM because, of course, every language on Earth now does. Because, God forbid, you can make GCC useful. It could be interesting in the future. Right now, it's very much underdefined, and who knows what will happen. It's still pretty much in the uncanny valley with the syntax. Apple wrote a Swift to replace Objective-C, another ad hoc language they adopted for their platform. Maybe we can try Vala again, possibly with a proper formal specification. The main limitation of Vala is that in order to fix Vala, you have to fix G-object, and if you fix G-object, you end up breaking stuff. What about starting a new toolkit from scratch and sunsetting GTK? It's just software, after all, right? And if there's one thing programmers have in spades, it's hubris. Of course, the cost is not trivial. Ask me how I know. I was the maintainer of Clouder. You still need to interface yourself with a bunch of low-level C because your operating system is written that way. You have to deal with memory management, windowing system protocols, IPC mechanisms. You need to settle on API, and you need to include a CABI because unless you're Apple, you don't have the pull to do to tell people to only use Rust or a single language. And after that, you have a way you will have to deal with all the features of the desktop system. So accessibility, drag and drop, clipboards, printing, file selection, sandboxing. Then you'll have to ensure that all the application developers, you'll use the new platform. So you have to deal with documentation, tutorials, testing, portability, deployment, distribution. You will have to need to help volunteers, and you will need to convince companies. And most of them are getting paid a lot of money to promise their clients that the platform doesn't change at the drop of a hat. So they will not touch that with a 10-foot barge pole. And there's always the option. Keep working on glib, keep working on GTK, add new features, update new version of C standard, deprecate old API, do a new major release, rinse, repeat. We can keep trying getting new contributors. It's not like most of all we'll see a state pension anyway, so we're gonna be able to work on GTK forever. It's a threat. But kind of the important message I'd like to convey now is just, it's the time for experiments. You can prove me wrong, you can prove me right, you can take heed of what I found or disregard it completely. You just, you can say, oh, Emanuele was an asshole. And I mean, yeah, it's fine. I enjoy being proven wrong. But the important thing is people try. It's not a case of just letting it go. So thank you for listening to me rambling. And yeah. So that's my cat. And yeah, sorry, it wasn't non-safe for work, so Elon descended. I'm sorry. So if you have any questions, I think we have still a little bit more time. So ask away. I was super clear. Everyone caught what I said. Wow. Oh no, there's a question.
Not specific to GTK, but if you're writing a new GNOME core library today, how hard would it be to do that in Rust? Like how many pieces are missing and how many pieces are there?
So the question is, if we wanted to like start a new library, core library in Rust for GNOME, to replace the existing stack or an addition?
Or extend, but something that's, G-object introspection, we want apps to use it.
Right. So in theory, you don't need much. There is a lot of tooling there already. It's still experimental because right now, like all our stuff is either handwritten. So it's written in Rust, for instance, and exposes a C ABI. In theory, there are a couple of interesting experiments there. There's a fork of cbindgen, which generates the G-object stubs for you out of the Rust definitions, and which can be used on top of that to generate the introspection data. In theory, there's also the option of extending, adding new stuff to generate the XML for you or the typelib directly for you. So there are options. The smaller the target, the easier it is to be concise. We are out of time, but if you have questions, I'll be roaming around the hall, so like a ghost of Christmas futures. So ask me.
Great job. So good morning. How's everyone's day going? Good, awesome. Okay, so my name is Dylan McCall. I've been kind of a hanger-on in the free desktop world for worrying the large chunk of my life, and I'm a software developer at Endless OS Foundation. So I'll tell you a little bit about what we do later, but this talk is going to be kind of about GNOME downstreams, particularly distributions, and the title is hopefully a lot better than the horrible screen outside. But I interviewed a bunch of people at Endless, and I'm going to talk about how Endless is built on GNOME over the years and kind of how we've learned to share what we do. So I'd like to start with a bit of a short story about a fictional Linux company. So we'll make a desktop operating system, brand new territory. Maybe we can call it like Bitcoin OS or something. It sounds like a great idea. So our company wants to win hearts and minds. It wants to be the best OS for crypto bros. So a good project always starts off with some really great pre-existing tools that get us kind of most of the way there. So we're definitely using GNOME, and we're going to need some great people on our team, maybe some GNOME developers. Crypto companies are made of money, after all, at least when they start, so we're pretty good here. And as things grow, we're going to add some little changes here and there. Maybe we don't like the default icon theme, or maybe we want to organize the settings app differently. So at some point, our settings app is going to have a whole bunch of new functionality. We'll arrive on the conclusion that our thing is obviously better. So now's the time to go and persuade the GNOME developers of that fact. And there's some real benefits to doing this. We don't have to keep manually rebasing. It takes a lot of effort. Upstream is going to benefit from what we've built. And obviously, we're fond of upstream, so we do want that for them. And we'll get more people working on our thing, so it's an easy win. And so we send our monster patch, and it's rejected because the code stinks, or upstream just doesn't like how it looks. And I'm exaggerating a little here, but this happens, and it's just a really easy trap to fall into, as history indicates. We built this thing inside our own little crypto bro company, and now we're trying to send it to a whole mix of other organizations with completely different interests. So our developers are going to get burned out because we like what we built, but this whole sending things upstream business just isn't worth the trouble. So we'll do it when we can, but mostly we're just going to get used to maintaining a giant fork. So my wife told me if I talk to you for 20 minutes, you'll all be bored out of your minds. So to solve that, I would like to ask you all a couple of questions, and I'm just going to keep doing that until morale improves. So this will be a bit awkward given the microphones, but we'll see what we can do. Does this story sound familiar to any of you? Why do you think it keeps happening?
Who's allowed to answer that?
Anyone? Philip.
Well, you know, there's that saying, somebody's law, I can't remember whose, but the structure of software follows the structure of the organization that builds it.
Yeah, Conway's law.
So if you have an organization that is like has a narrow pipeline to the larger open source, then you end up with software that is cut off from the larger open source community.
Yeah, I really like that. So Philip was saying that, and it's funny, we were just talking about that the other day, about, a project kind of takes the form of the company structure around it. So yeah, if you have like a narrow pipeline to the open source project, you end up with, sorry, I'm repeating for the online people. It kind of doesn't, you end up with it kind of bottlenecking, Rob.
Is it to do with,
There we go.
Hello. Yeah. Is it to do with kind of iteration cycle length? Like if you're testing your crypto bro modifications with your community of crypto bros and you want to make it like really cool, you want to change it straight away and ship it to them so that you get lots of kudos or whatever. I don't know how it works. But whereas to submit a change into An open source project requires you to go and basically build consensus and do some testing and design stuff and something, and that might take 6 months, and you have a CEO who wants it shipped in 6 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Building consensus takes so long. And yeah, if you're a crypto company, you've got to get it out fast before you realize the money's all fake. So, yeah, I like that. I think there's also a bit of pride here. I mean, we all love solving problems, and if we put effort into something new, it's hard to swallow that pride and kind of accept another approach to the problem, And I think there's a little more to it as well. So I went to a really great talk a while ago about building an open source program office at Mercedes-Benz. And they started off with a big organization that wasn't even used to sharing code internally. And the challenge for them was getting people to actively think about open source as a methodology. And what kind of struck me was that this stuff is just hard to do. And I'm not even talking about the code there, I'm just talking, or even regacing Git branches. I'm just talking about communicating. And the idea that, now our people have shared interests in different pieces of code, and they need to talk to each other, which is a lot of work. And I think if we're all here, we know why we do this, but it's important to think about how we do it. So does anyone else get kind of uneasy when you see a slide like this? I mean, we love GNOME, but is it two-sided? Is that a healthy relationship?
Yes.
Yeah, but these slides kind of drive me crazy. So I changed it a little. So I have a confession to make. I'm kind of unqualified to talk about this, but I have noticed that Endless has done really well building its own thing on GNOME without sabotaging our relationship with the project. And I think we're doing a decent job at replicating that elsewhere too. So I kind of asked around to find out if there are some patterns to explain how we do it. So Endless had the good fortune of starting with an interesting vision and hiring a lot of developers who already work on GNOME. And the way Endless started means we at least had a good place to start for building good habits over time. But this wasn't perfect. Earlier on, I think we made the same mistake as my story earlier. We paid very little attention to getting our bigger changes upstream. And it took a lot of effort from individual contributors at the company over a long time to really get going with the sharing culture we're kind of working on now. And I'd like to clear up one thing quickly, which is that I'm going to use the word fork a bit, and I'm going to basically ignore that it comes across as a loaded word in some circles. I'm going to say fork when I mean basically a non-vanilla GNOME that is customized atypically. So Endless isn't forking GNOME, for example, but we maintain forks of several GNOME components, and we ship a desktop that's definitely not what you see at gnome.org. I think a spork might be a better way of thinking about it. It's a fork if you ask GitLab, but it's also a warm hug. We're 99% happy with GNOME. So I'll go over one example. We did a lot of things to GNOME software. So we released NSOS 3 in 2016, and I'm just swiping through my slides here. Okay. So we introduced our new App Center, which is a heavily customized GNOME software, which looked like this. So there's a lot of special code that only lived downstream in NSOS. And we did it like this for a lot of reasons. And to be clear, I'm glad we did. We knew what our users in particular wanted to see. And so I like this chart. This shows all of the patches behind that screenshot. It starts from 2016, which is when we introduced App Center, all the way to our newest release from this year. And the height of each bar is the number of changes we had to carry from one release to the next release. And I'm using a different color for each release, so you can see how our patch set kind of changes and shifts over time. So when the colors move around, you can kind of imagine a developer somewhere questioning their life choices as they deal with a giant rebase from one GNOME to the next GNOME. So we did contribute upstream for all this time too, especially performance and stability improvements, and a lot of those patches are actually backports, sometimes things we upstreamed. In fact, we did so much with GNOME software that folks from Endless became official maintainers of it in 2020, and I'll come back to that in a minute, but even so, the number of downstream patches meant we had to manually rebase a lot. And you can see we stuck with one version of GNOME there for quite a long time, because rebasing is expensive. So that's frustrating. Upstreaming our bug fixes was great, but we still ended up holding all those extra pieces. And the result was at some point, GNOME software probably worked better in upstream GNOME than it did in Endless, despite the months of time we were investing in it. So we could do better. So speaking of collaboration, how did pirates collaborate before computers? Peer-to-peer networking. And I mentioned that because we wanted to collaborate and have GNOME software upstream be more like what we had made downstream. But it's easy to get hung up on the thing we have in front of us, which is just a lot of new code. So we knew App Center couldn't fit upstream the way it was, and we'd set the patches we could, so what else do we have that we can share? And if anyone has a guess or a thing that they think they would share, I'm kind of curious. But yeah, let me tell you. I really like this book. It has nothing to do with computers. So GNOME doesn't have a direct line to end users, and Will put this really nicely when I was talking to him. In essence, GNOME doesn't have users. Operating systems that distribute GNOME do. So one of the things we're proud of at Endless is that our users are really different from the usual audience for desktop Linux, or for consumer PCs in general. Our OS pushes GNOME in pretty unfamiliar directions, and we've come to really enjoy sharing what our users tell us. So when we got involved with a redesign for GNOME software, in a lot of ways that meant starting again. But this time we started by talking to the GNOME design team, and we shared what we learned from our App Center project, and worked from there to design something that made sense for GNOME. So that means dealing with a lot of different stakeholders. And it's important to remember GNOME is kind of a weird glob of people, so it took a lot of time to do this. Like Rob was saying. And we weren't able to reap the benefits ourselves right away. But it was really useful for us to work on it as a process, building the design in the open. And I think it goes without saying, in the end we arrived on something that worked a lot better than if we'd done it on our own. It's a lot of work to reconcile different interests, but being open solves a lot of problems if you have the time for it. And so I did this poll, and I voted for my nemesis, formatting Git commits, but the result definitely speaks to me. And if you do some math, on open source is at least 32% politicking. Very scientific. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm thinking politics as in, we have a lot of people that need to agree what to do with the project. So GNOME as a community is full of different organizations with different interests, and we're constantly weaving between them. And a lot of those politics happen around the code. So talking with people at Endless, I thought it was interesting how many people were actually comfortable with that. Sometimes someone will need to ask around internally to understand the motivations behind whatever they were asked to make, but they're comfortable going back and sharing those kind of as a representative of those interests. And I've worked at places where someone submits a pull request, learns they need to do some communicating with the wider world, and retreats until they can get an unwitting manager involved, because they see that person as the person who should be doing the representative stuff. And I think, yeah, if you want to be productive contributors, your company needs to understand what that means and give up some control to individual developers. That's easy when people are representing a single project, but it can be weird when we're talking about a single company with an obvious internal hierarchy. So someone pointed me to this little booklet by AWS's head of open source strategy. The title sounds like a nightmare, but I think they put this really well. It takes additional skills, and you kind of need to design your reward structure around that. But you do need some fence posts. So at places that didn't start from open source roots, I learned it was useful for them to go and write down expectations for developers engaging with outside projects. So I mentioned Mercedes-Benz earlier. They have a detailed FOSS manifesto. We don't have something like that in Endless. It's more of an implicit do what looks right. And to me, I think that speaks to kind of a wider evolution of what we expect a software developer to do in this space in particular. And it's kind of why I think this talk is a good idea. useful to write these things down. So I think I asked some folks to end this. I think this is kind of a start. I'm curious if I'm missing anything. But remember how I mentioned earlier that folks from Endless maintain GNOME software? So I claimed I'd come back to that. So I would just like to point out it's still called App Center in Endless OS. And one of my favorite things about GNOME is somebody can work at a company, even own the keys for whatever GNOME module they are paid to work on, and still be comfortable representing GNOME's interests separately. So I think a lot of good habits in Endless were formed from the bottom up, and I think largely it's because of that sense of pride and collective ownership we have around GNOME. So there's something here about worker power, but I digress. The thing I notice is people end up wearing lots of different hats depending on whose interests they're representing. So I'm curious, who here wears more than one hat around the GNOME community? Pretty much half of you? Yeah. Well, what about more than 2 hats? Cool, there's a few. Yeah. Yeah, I think the reason I'm asking about hats is I think it's really useful to make that distinction. We all come to GNOME with wearing different hats, and a lot of us have more than one. So I work at Endless. I contribute to GNOME as an individual most of the time. I think it's important for a company like Endless to respect that employees are going to do that. I think it's healthier for the community if they can. I think what makes GNOME work well is one person can represent the needs of the company they work for as well as the project's needs. So I did another very accurate social media poll. I think what gets at is these things take time and they're chaotic in a way that makes it difficult to account for. And I'd love to get some numbers in this kind of direction that are a bit more scientific, because it would be interesting to find out kind of how much people feel is actually needed, and how this looks for GNOME people in particular, as opposed to other communities. I think having some kind of continuous presence is really useful. I think at Endless, talking to people, I think it helped when we switched to kind of a bi-weekly sprints model. It gives us a nice structure where if somebody wants to do some small thing upstream, they have kind of a model where they can kind of ask for a bit of time to do that in their little time block. So I made a checklist for our organization at the beginning. If our crypto company wants to be friends, I think there's hope. These are mostly obvious things, but, or are they? At Endless, I think one thing that helped a lot was people at the company meeting GNOME contributors at neutral events like GUADEC and Hackfest. And because it's really valuable to see each other as humans. And we have to know when we're solving for different goals. And this OS really is, and that was especially true early on when we wanted to work on old CRT TVs and things like that. But if we want to make friends, and we do, we need to find those common goals, which could just be bugs, but hopefully we can find things that are a bit wider reaching. So I was really impressed by the work the elementary team did, adding a common dark style preference, which I was talking about with Cassidy. And that means sharing everything we can. If you can't share your settings app, fine, but maybe share why your users prefer it. And who knows, maybe even the crypto bros can teach us something, because they have users that we don't have. And I think it was really interesting to get a sense that I think with GNOME's design community, we have a great place to kind of converge these different sets of interests. So I'd love to see GNOME building on that in other ways too. So this is some interesting links to touch on different pieces of what I'm talking about. First one is that talk I mentioned earlier about building OSPO inside Mercedes-Benz. Second one is a really nice overview of the upstream work and this did for EOS 5. I love the Maintainer's Guide to Staying Positive. It's by John Schlinkert, who's a prolific Node.js person. And it's just a good primer for someone who's about to make the mistake of maintaining some open source software, or someone who's going to make the mistake of being mean to an upstream developer and maybe needs to learn how much work it is for them. And the last one is a link to the OpenTelemetry end user working group. There's some similar ones for other projects, and the idea is it's just a structured regular call with end users. I think it's an interesting way to reach out and gather feedback, and I just want to kind of quickly plant a seed there and run away. So yeah, thank you for listening. I would like to quickly thank the folks at Indus who took some time out of their days to talk about this stuff. I kind of smushed it all into something vaguely coherent, as well as several others who I asked random questions to for a while. And I just have one more question, no time for you to answer it, but maybe ponder it, which is just what can we learn from non-vanilla downstreams that take GNOME and tweak things for different users? Yeah, I think it's an interesting question to ponder. And yeah, thank you.
Bye.
everybody. Welcome to GNOME Design State of the Union. Today we have some of the design team here. We have Alan Day, Jakob Steiner, Tobias Bernard, myself, Cassidy James Blady, and Sam Hewitt is not here because he could not attend remotely. But part of the GNOME design team is that this is just some of the people. There's actually a lot of people involved in GNOME design behind the scenes. We collaborate a lot with people in the GNOME matrix and across GNOME GitLab. Specifically, like Alice and Christopher have been doing a lot of really great work on design and engineering side of things. And there's folks downstream that contribute to GNOME design by bringing their influence from their downstream projects like Ubuntu, Endless OS, and more. And just to give you a tiny bit of background into how GNOME design operates, major thing is we have, obviously we do a lot of work behind the scenes, but there's also weekly calls where we sync up and talk about initiatives, ongoing work, and presenting ideas and asking for input. Today we're going to dive into 6 areas. We're going to talk a little bit about the overview of GNOME user experience, visual design, platform, the settings, core apps, and then the shell or OS design. And up here is Alan.
Thanks, Cassidy. Yeah, so this talk we're going to give a high-level overview of GNOME user experience. So we're going to be talking about the state of GNOME user experience today, like what we're providing to users, and we're also going to talk about the design team initiatives that are currently ongoing that are going to be feeding into that experience in the near future. But before we do that, I wanted to give a little bit of background and context for what we're going to talk about. So as we're talking about history here, so GNOME 3 was released in April 2011, which is about 13 years ago. Kind of a long time. There's some faces here that I recognize from that day. But we spent a lot of time and effort in the years after that, like polishing and maturing and filling in all the missing blank pieces in that experience, right? And that was like a monumental initiative. Like we were working on that for, I think maybe like 6 or 7 years, just kind of getting GNOME 3 up to the level where we wanted it to be. So there was this long period of stabilization after 3.0 was released. But if you look at the end of that period, then things had started to slow down, right? The rate of change in the kind of user experience space had really got pretty slow. And if you look at the releases around 2018 or 2019, there wasn't a huge amount of big changes coming out from GNOME in terms of user experience. So we had this slower period. But then things changed, and this was about 3 years ago, right? And the design team, along with the developers that we work particularly closely with, we started this new initiative, right, to refresh and reimagine and modernize the GNOME 3 experience as we knew it then. And we've made a huge amount of progress with that in those past 3 years, and that's partly what we're going to be talking about here today. But there's also a lot more to do. And that's the other thing that we're going to talk about today. So this talk is very much a kind of status update on that project. This project to refresh and reimagine and modernize really every aspect of the GNOME user experience that we have. And with that, I'm going to pass over to Jakob.
And I'm going to be talking about visual design. Typically, when I enter the stage, I talk about icons. So why fight it? Why fight it? So we've recently, well, not maybe that recently, but we did make a giant redesign in how we're presenting applications, mainly for developers to be able to afford investing in such endeavor as visual identity. We now have people that are taking care of a particular set of developers. Those are developers that aim to join the GNOME circle, these sort of non-core apps, fresh new stuff that wants to adhere to the design guidelines and wants to have a, if you take a look at FlatHub, for example, the situation with the apps available there is very similar to how every other app store looks like. There's a wide variety of apps presenting themselves in a way that's sometimes not so great, but core apps, the Circle apps really aim to strive for being visually appealing. We have set up a matrix channel that's strictly centered around application icon design, and we have very fresh faces in there. I kept talking about Tobias as being the young one. Ha! I mean, we have people like Brage. I'm gonna mess his name but I'm trying to, my best impression of Norwegian. Brage Fugseth. Sorry mate. Who could be my son, but he's developing app icons now. Another thing relating to icons, there's this rather ancient project called Advaita Icon Theme that essentially is just a set of a few icons shared between the shell settings and files that finally has a modern build system. So big thanks to Dan Yor, who has come, and he came out of nowhere because I broke the Windows build. So whatever you do, if you have trouble getting something done, just break the Windows stuff and people will arrive. I have to thank Bilal and team for maintaining and making us really great tooling relating to icons. It's not just like to get the context of when you're designing. It actually is like a whole workflow. We've talked about it before. I'm going to move on. Symbolics, another area we're not like having in the actual UI. We don't have full color icons, tweaking pixels. Now we have symbols, monochrome symbols. Recently we did a fairly substantial redesign, but I don't think in the developer community, people have noticed that much. Big shout out to Sam Hewitt, who was leading it. So we now have like this thick outline style for most of the icons. There are some contexts where this doesn't work, but big thanks there. Also, big thanks to Bilal again, who fixed symbolic preview to be much faster and more fun to work with. Another area that I really love doing is wallpapers. Historically, like some projects consider wallpapers as something tacked on. We've had a very consistent visuals regarding the wallpaper. So the default wallpaper is part of the GNOME brand, but starting from GNOME 42, we leaned onto the light and dark style preference, and all of our wallpapers come in the two flavors. So most of them were designed, and because we're size constrained, we try to cycle them. We now have like a single aspect ratio. All of them are square, so they're good for both like portrait and landscape and all sorts of aspect ratios for displays. Targeting having a single wallpaper. We switched to a modern, new, exciting file format called WebP, which turned out to be rather slow in terms of our implementation. So we're now changing to a new, great, wonderful, modern file format, JPEG XL, and it's going to be amazing for GNOME 45. I'd like to thank the GNOME OS guys for making that happen, because you would think, oh, switching a format, yeah. But yeah, it's a lot of changes that had to happen to make that happen. So thanks Jordan, Abderrahim, and Michael. We also did a lot of work on websites, surprisingly. I'm not going to spend too much time, but there's the Circle websites. We have a home for the UI font Cantrell. We have now canonical place for the brand, and we have a new HIG that's maintained. We did a nice website for GNOME 40. And I also like to thank other people that are not in the design team that did things like Sophie did the apps.gnome.org, which is a much better place than the wiki. Really big thank you. And also the Twig guys, the weekly GNOME news that I can't remember what the actual... This Week in GNOME, exactly. This Week in GNOME, which is amazing and like maintained every week. It's amazing. Thank you guys. And I'm gonna let Tobias take it on.
All right. So yeah, next up is platform. And sort of picking up on the theme that that Alan sort of started earlier, like the idea of what was like sort of the last 3 years, like sort of the various things that we overhauled as part of this process of modernizing the look and feel of GNOME. I think a good starting point is the new HIG that we did alongside the development of libadwaita a few years ago. And like with that came not only like the new website, which is much nicer and has search and all of these like sort of technical things, but also like we reworked all of the content. We tried to make it much more useful for developers in terms of like actually having a link to the widget to implement a certain pattern and so on. And so that I think was a really good start to that program. And then of course, right after that came libadwaita, which really brought together all of the work that we had already been doing in libhandy with like adaptiveness and like having actual widgets for all the most important UI patterns and so on. And yeah, sort of like initially, in addition to like the new style that like allowed for recoloring and all these other things, and like dark style, yeah, there weren't that many new widgets, like except for toasts. But then like over the next few cycles, we slowly like added more and more of the like basic widgets that either weren't adaptive yet or that are needed to like make nice apps, such as entry rows, which I'm personally very proud of because it's just like such a nice pattern. It works really well with the list boxes, the about windows, like the adaptive message dialogues and so on. And then in 1.3, we continued that basically with for example, like the banner, which is now also adaptive, like it replaces info bar, the like adaptive sort of tab overview, which is especially nice on mobile. And then in 1.4, which is coming very soon, there's going to be basically a whole new approach to adaptiveness, spearheaded by Alice. Basically, like instead of the current approach that is somewhat limiting and sometimes a little bit janky, like it's much more solid. It allows for much more complex layouts and a lot of other nice things. One of them being like these new sort of like vertical split-free kind of like layouts, where basically like when you start scrolling, like you get the split between the header bar and the content, and otherwise it's like nice and clean. And right, and yeah, and sort of that's sort of where we are right now. And of course, there's always more widgets to add, right? Like we were gonna add more list rows for like, I don't know, doing things like setting time and dates and stuff like that. Like there's always gonna be more of those that we need. But I didn't want to focus on that so much here, and maybe rather talk about like some longer term, bigger picture kind of things. The one that I'm most excited about right now is this one, which is basically like sort of a way to have dialogues that work smoothly on both desktop and mobile. We've had various false starts for this. I think there were like at various points like sort of implementations that kind of tried to sync up the dialog size with the main window, and like but they were separate. We had multiple shadows and it was not ideal. But I think now we finally have like sort of some agreement for how to do this, and Alice and Jonas have I think sort of found a way to sort of make it work. And I don't know about timeline, but I think this is at least like now on a track where we know how we want to do it. So that's cool. Another one that's I guess a little bit further away, but also in the area of like cool stuff that that's hopefully going to happen eventually, is like insets, where basically like that's the ability for apps to draw behind system stuff and other things. Like at least from what I understand, it also helps like with more flexible scroll views and stuff like that. But I think the like primary sort of like use case, especially on mobile, is like having the top and bottom bar like be the same color, and you don't like have, especially with dark and light, that's a bit annoying right now. Another one that's probably even further away is a replacement for the keyboard shortcuts window, because right now like that's not adaptive. It's a bit old and clunky. We've found that it's not quite what we want in terms of UX. Like we would like it to be more centered around search, and we were thinking also maybe about like integrating help and various other things with it. But like this is an area that definitely needs more R&D, both like on the design and technical side. But like it's a hole in the platform that we're aware of and that we would like to fix eventually, when someone figures out how to, like, I don't know, make an API that exposes all the actions. Or I think there's like technical things that we would need for that to happen. And yeah, with that, I would give it to Alan for settings.
Hello again. Settings. Something interesting on the screen here. It's not your fault, Jakob. Yeah, so settings is one of those areas where design is always busy. It's this never-ending source of work that we're always doing to make the settings better. And there's been a lot of activity in this area over the past couple of years. We have a close relationship with Felipe, the current settings maintainer, as well as previous maintainers of the control center, and that I think is working really well. We've got a very healthy relationship there. So what have we been doing? Well, one of the main things we've been doing over the past 3 or 4 releases is updating the design of a lot of the settings panels, getting them so that they're using the new design patterns from libadwaita and the new HIG. And, you know, there's been a lot of panels that we've improved since GNOME 40. There's been we redesigned the keyboard settings. There's new multitasking. There's a mobile network redesign. Sam redesigned the accessibility settings last release. Had updates to sound and what you see here, which is the mouse and touchpad, which we added these explanatory videos to that Jakob worked on. And that work, along with the porting to GTK4 and libadwaita, I think means that in general, the settings looks pretty decent. Like it's, the state of the panels is in quite good shape. We've got new changes coming up despite that. You know, this never stops. There's always more work to do here. So we've got this is new privacy settings, which are coming in GNOME 45. There's an update to the details panel. We might get a system panel, maybe. We'll see. There's other things in the works. We'll see about that. And we've also got designs that have been done and are kind of waiting to be implemented. You know, they're ready to go. So there's a fair amount of new work around the power settings with, you know, graphs for charge rate and battery health and a battery charge limiting feature. I think some of that is in the works already, particularly the battery health, but there's a lot more work to do there. And we've also got designs for updates to the Bluetooth panel, which would be nice to see happen. And we've also got designs for settings for the login screen, which is, I think, a particular priority area. That's something that we get a lot of feedback on. You change your settings and they don't get applied. Those changes don't get applied to GDM, which trips people up quite a lot, at least judging by the issue tracker. So those are all things that we'd like to work on in the near future. The other major area that we have on the radar for settings is navigation. And this is a bit of a problem area at the moment. And the problem is that we have too many settings, right? This is every top-level navigation item in the settings sidebar. There are 27 items in there, which is too many. And a lot of them are things that people don't really use all that much and aren't all that significant, like removable media or some of the sharing stuff or the color settings or default apps. And we know that this is an issue for people, and this is something we've seen in user testing. And it's a tricky problem to resolve, and we've put a lot of time and thought into figuring out what to do with this. And I think we do have a plan now. And the plan is this: it's to reduce the number of settings we have. So we want to reduce it by about a third. We want to go from like 27 to about 18 panels in the top level. This doesn't necessarily mean removing settings. A lot of it is shuffling things around and recombining them in different ways. So we'd like to see a combined network and internet panel, which combines like Wi-Fi, VPN, mobile network, all of that stuff. So this is like the really big outstanding thing for settings, and it's the area where we could do with help, I think, because a lot of this kind of moving panels around and splitting them up and potentially splitting some things out, it's not particularly easy work, and it's not particularly glamorous work, so we don't get a lot of takers for it, but it is important. And I think, certainly in my mind, it's very much about dealing with technical debt, because a lot of these things are panels that have been around for a long time, some of them since the GNOME 2 days. And we just have to keep on top of that, because otherwise all the kind of cruft from GNOME's history just floats to the surface and gets in people's way. So we need to do a bit of cleanup there, and that's something that we would really appreciate help with. Okay, I will pass this over to whoever's next. Who's next? Core Apps. It's you, Cassidy.
Oh, there is something interesting. Can I close that? I'm going to minimize it. I don't know what that was. So, talking about core apps. So, most core apps have been ported to GTK4 over the last several releases, and we've also redesigned or replaced some of the core apps. Some of the new and redesigned apps include, or newly designed. There we go, it loaded. It's not showing that on the preview. That's interesting. Okay. Weather, so there's nice smooth graphs on there. It's got kind of a newer, flatter style, which is really interesting. It's taking advantage of a lot of that platform stuff in LibadWeta. Text editor is also very cool. It's, can be a really, really simple, just you need to edit some random file, but you can actually expand it into a much more powerful text editor with some features you might be used to from like an IDE without all the overhead of an IDE. That's been really nice. And Console is a new terminal app that we've been working on. The idea here is, what if, starting fresh with the idea of a terminal of simple, just does the basics of what you need, automatically can follow your light dark style, just easy to use. Also nice modern features like process ending notifications. GNOME Web recently was refreshed a bit, and so again, the kind of flatter style, the tab widgets are really nice. There's also work going into that tab overview for smaller displays, which is really nice. And again, light and dark styles are always good. Loop is a new app that's an image viewer app. So the idea here is, we're used to these gallery apps on our phones that are nice with multi-touch gestures and pinch to rotate, pinch to zoom, a details panel that slides over and has a bunch of information. And the idea was building that modern, fresh from the ground up with LibadWeta, while also supporting larger displays, but things like, you can see there's overlay buttons on there, which are really nice. And Snapshot is a new camera app. Again, driven a bit by the desire to have a great camera app on mobile, but it also works on desktop. It's nice to have, a preview of your webcam when you're about to join a video call, or just take a quick picture of yourself like I awkwardly did there. And Files is an ongoing area where, we've kind of done a first pass where it's been ported to GTK4 and some of the modern widgets, but this is somewhere where we're really investing a lot of time and thought, and doing a lot more work on the actual list view or the grid icon view, and maybe a little bit of the organization of the app. And I think together, it's, looking at all these apps together, you have this really cohesive, modern, usable set of core apps. I think the most cohesive set of core apps we've ever had in GNOME. While also having these consistent patterns, tasteful color usage, adaptive layouts, all these fresh icons, and it feels really good all together. But we still need help. There's a common theme to this talk. We need help from developers. So there's a lot more to do. To round out the porting efforts and take advantage of all these new platform features, we need to port things like boxes, connections, disks, document viewer, mail, system monitor, videos, and some of these things, we have designs that have been there, and it's just the work needs to be put in, and so we always can use developer help to do the porting. And CoreOS, Tobias.
All right. So getting back a little bit to the topic of great arch of history, like refreshing everything. I think sort of the core of those efforts for the last few years has been the shell for us. And I think a good starting point for that renewal is the lock screen, which this video is not playing. We can know? No. Amazing.
You go on, I'm gonna
okay. So the lock screen, which refreshed in 3.36, basically like right as COVID hit, like sort of we shipped like this first part, and then just never mind. People know what the lock screen. This was like 4 years ago. Whatever, it's fine. And then wait for it. And this is also not playing. Amazing. We love to see it. Maybe, sort of.
It's playing slowly.
You know what the lock screen, what the overview looks like. So we shipped GNOME 40, or basically, yeah, we built GNOME 40 like over the various COVID lockdowns, like with the new spatial model and the nice app grid and like sort of a first step towards new visuals. And sort of, I think that was sort of like the biggest piece of that. But like, there's a lot of other pieces that we've still refreshed since then, and we're still working on now. Some of them include like, yeah, the screenshot UI, which was in 42, which was originally a GSOC project by Ivan, and then yeah, I think shipped like the cycle later, and yeah, which for the first time was an actual GUI for screen capturing in GNOME. Like that's part of the shell. That I think is yeah a major step forward in terms of like one of those everyday tasks that we all do a lot. And then after that, we did the quick settings, which yeah also sort of like refreshing another one of those like core areas of the shell. This video is not playing, is it? No. Never mind. Okay, well, no. It's playing here, it's not playing there. Oh yeah? Okay, yeah, look, it's quick settings, very cool. And then we've since iterated on this, right? Like it's got the second line now, and I think we'll still want to iterate on a lot of this stuff. But really, I think the focus here for what I want to talk about is the stuff that's yet to come and that we haven't actually refreshed yet. And I think the first part of that might be this, which is maybe finally redoing the activities button thing. So for a very long time, we've wanted to get rid of that label that just says activities, because people in user research like keep not thinking that this is the main thing they should click for the overview. Because like part of it is, I guess, like sort of finding a single word that describes all of that. Part of it is just it being a word, because most other systems don't do it that way. And so we tried various icons over the years, but we never found something that we quite felt worked. And then a few months ago, we came up with this idea, which is basically like using it not only like as a trigger for the overview, but also like actually showing some information there, like actually trying to make something more useful out of it. And the idea here is like you show workspaces, you see how many workspaces there are, you see which one the current one is. And because the current one is like this slightly larger kind of pill, you also always have something that looks clickable. That's at least the idea. We're still testing and discussing this. Maybe it'll land this cycle, maybe not, but we'll see. But there's a testing extension that yeah, we could give to people if you're interested. Another part is mobile stuff. So this, like the mobile shell exists as of like last year because Jonas did a lot of work for it as part of a prototype fund grant. And this is not yet upstream, but like slowly the various technical like lower level parts are being upstreamed, and so hopefully in the near-ish future we're gonna see more of that upstream, and that's gonna have other cool benefits for a desktop, including like 2D gestures, so you can like go both up and to the side at the same time. That's gonna be very cool. Another one that's been kind of sitting there for a while and we still like but haven't gotten to is the like nicer user list for GDM. So basically, like instead of having just a single list of name and avatar, you would actually have like the blurred wallpaper for everyone, so you kind of get a nicer visual there. Another one is the like notification calendar popover that for a long time we've wanted to kind of like make less messy, because we have like sort of 4 very large or well 4 very dynamic things in there, right? Like you got the calendar, you got the clocks, you got the weather, you have the notifications, and they all could be like either very small or very large, and so it's layout-wise, it's kind of tricky, and so this is one idea to like split out the notifications and keep just the other stuff to give it a bit more space. And then maybe another part of that could be moving the notifications in with the quick settings. And so this is one concept for that like sort of has these expanded contracted states for the quick settings and the notifications. so you don't have like too much stuff at any one time. And then like, yeah, but we have various concepts for it. Like this is maybe a slightly older one that is also not playing. Oh no, it is playing nice. That like, yeah, this was like sort of a concept for how this kind of stuff could animate. But yeah, there's a lot of ideas around this, and we would really like to get around to this because we know it's one of the areas that we haven't refreshed in too long. Another such area is search, which I think like we're quite happy with the workflow that we have for search. But like the layout could be nicer. We would like to have more kinds of like specific layouts for different kinds of content, maybe like more inline graphics, stuff like that. And finally, one more interesting thing that we've also been thinking about for a very long time, and that is window management. So for I guess, whatever, since the beginning of time, people have opened their computer, opened a bunch of windows, and they were all like randomly above one another and like super messy. And if you want it to not be a huge mess, you need to do a bunch of work. And we're not fans of doing a bunch of work unnecessarily, I think is fair to say. And so for quite some time, we thought about like how this could be improved. And I think a frequent thing that people like bring up in this context is like, well, we can just tile everything, right? Like tiling is the solution. And that is interesting, right? Because you put stuff next to each other, so it's not that messy by default. But depending on like the hardware configuration, like very large monitors or certain types of apps like need specific aspect ratios and so on, like that's also not like something you can easily do automatically. And we think maybe we've come upon something that can sort of like bridge that and do the best of both worlds. And it kind of looks like this, except the video is not playing from the start. Oh, it is. All right.
Now it's not.
Okay, so basically the way it works is like you open the first window, it's centered. You open a second window, it all centers together. You open more windows, they all center in like a nice layout. And then as you close them, same thing happens in the opposite. And then if you maximize something or open a large window, what happens is it automatically moves it to a workspace, so you don't have to like sort of, yeah, move the maximized stuff away or like find the thing below the thing and stuff like that. And so we like also naturally integrate like workspaces with all of that. And you can, of course, also tile stuff to the actual edges of the display. The videos are not doing us any favors. Yeah, I know. But okay, so yeah, you can drag stuff to the side of the display. And then the other windows basically move aside so that they're also not covered by it. But if there's too many windows, like if they're like too large, then you can sort of, like, it scales them down, and you can pick one of them to be the tiling partner. Or you can also drag windows sort of like onto a tiled thing and split that in half. So basically you can get any kind of arbitrarily complex tiling setups that way. Now, I realize this is all very far out, and that's why the like mock-ups or the videos are like very low fidelity. Thanks to Jakob, by the way, for making these. It's a very cool way. Otherwise, there's no way to explain any of this. So, yeah. Thanks, Jakob. And I mean, this is all very early stage stuff. We have discussed it with shell developers sort of at a very basic level. There's some discussions for how this could be made to work, but it's all fairly far away and yeah, needs more work for sure. But yeah, we have a blog post coming out about this probably today or tomorrow with more details if you're interested. And yeah, and with that, I would give it over to Jakob for final words.
Okay, so yeah, 5 minutes. There's plenty of time because I'm really here just to look good. So as you saw, we covered a lot of things that we landed thanks to you. Be it core apps or the settings or the GNOME shell. But there's also stuff that's not quite done, like the core apps, the settings, and the shell, which is me trying to make sure that you understand that we need you to help us move things forward. You know, me particularly, like with the setting stuff, I'm really would love to get the extra mile and get the sound panel to do things. So we have the Matrix channel available all the time. There's the ever updated and up-to-date GNOME HIG that keeps up with the fresh widgetry that we're getting. And as a last thing, I'd like to thank like all of you that make GNOME happen. But I have a particular set of people that I want to thank because they're really marvelous to work with. So that would be Alice Mikhailenko, Chris Davis, Georges, Florian Miller, Jonas Dressler, Bilal, Maximiliano, Antonio Fernandez, Felipe Borges. Thank you guys. I mean, I probably missed many others, but it's a pleasure to be working with you. Thank you. And now I guess we have time for questions.
4 minutes.
Whatever's easiest. Just bring them the mic.
Is it? Okay, yeah. Hello, lovely talk. I'm super curious about the login grid. Like, do you know from user testing if people actually often use multiple user accounts on the same machine? Because I sort of anecdotally, I found that like user accounts are a thing that have been part of Unix systems since the mainframe days, but a lot of people don't really think about their computer that way. But then the concept kind of got reintroduced by Netflix because they wanted to profile everyone individually. So, like, how are you thinking about people using that?
So yeah, you're right. I mean, there's 2 aspects to this actually. Like the first thing is, we actually do want to really improve the workflow for single user systems as well, and that's something that we didn't mention in the talk, but there's a couple of outstanding changes that we'd love to see in that area as well. So that's, we want to do things like showing the login for the last used user on boot, which I think would make like a huge difference for the majority of our users that do have a single user machine. So that'd be really great. Yeah, maybe the login grid isn't as big a priority if we assume that multi-user systems are in the minority. It would be great to have some more data on that, but I think it would be a nice enhancement to what we have anyway, in terms of the list that we have. I think it looks great, and it will tie into the lock screen and all of that experience. This is all meant to tie together. The blurred background that you see there for each tile is the same background that you get as you log in, so it's like a little kind of preview into the environment, and we've got some nice motion work here for how that would transition. So I think it would be really nice. Maybe focusing on the single user case is the place to start, and that would be really cool too. But, yeah.
If you're interested afterwards, Tobias says he has a really cool motion mock-up of that if you want to look at it.
It does boing, boing, boing.
The best animations. Oh yes, Georges, who's going to implement a lot of the shell stuff for us, right?
I wanted to ask the design team if GNOME Calendar is still considered a core app, and if folks plan on doing any work on that app.
Why would it not be a core app?
We didn't mention it.
Yeah.
I think in preparation for the slides, we just forgot to mention it. Yeah, I would consider it would still be a core app. I don't know if there's existing designs that haven't been implemented, or that's an area we could spend some time.
I'm just pretending to be a designer with Jean-Francois.
So you're asking us for help on Calendar. I will note that. Negotiating, yeah.
Yes.
We'll give you designs for Calendar, and you can implement some stuff in Shell. It'll be a fair trade. It's totally equal amount of workload.
We should have definitely included
Yeah.
Calendar in those slides, so apologies, Georges, that was a mistake on our part. But yeah, we definitely have lots of ideas for Calendar, so we will be in touch with them about that. Yeah. That's 15. So. Are we out of time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
some quick housekeeping for those of you guys that are in here. After the next session, we have a coffee break, courtesy of Centricular, so thank you very much for their sponsorship. But also, we'd like the board, foundation board, as well as the advisory board to meet by the stairwell during the coffee break so we can take a quick photo before you guys all disperse. So please, I will remind you again, but in case you're not listening this time, but please meet over there at 2:40. Thank you.
So let's start with networks. A metered network is one, people will probably know this, but I'll just whip through it, is one where using it may cost money, probably per unit data you use, so you kind of want to minimize the amount you use. An example of this could be a 4G connection or a tethered mobile phone for your laptop, or some kinds of internet cafes. The meter status is often broadcast by the network, so you can know when you connect to the network that it is metered. Sometimes you might have to set it manually, and there's a setting for that in GNOME settings. There is an API for this, but firstly, what can you do to use less network data? Obviously, you download less, but kind of digging into that, examples are kind of what you need to look at, and examples you could be using would be checking for updated content less often or not at all, or only when the user asks, rather than doing it every 5 minutes in the background. Not downloading previews of things or thumbnails, or kind of downloading smaller ones. only downloading summaries of content rather than doing full refreshes. Like if you're an email client, you only look at delta diffs rather than checking everything through, stuff like that. And it's kind of, you have to look at your app specifically and think through, like, what are the areas where I use the data and how can I make them less? And the signaling you should be using to work out whether you should be doing that is this. So it's an API provided by glib. It's the network monitor object, and it provides you this property, network metered, which tells you yes or no, is the network I'm currently connected to going to cost the user money per unit data or not? And crucially, this can change through the lifetime of your app. So you should probably, rather than just read the property once, you should listen to the notify signal for it and update your app and update your UI when that changes, because it can and will change. So determine if the network is metered is as simple as checking that property and listening to the signal. What do you do when you've got that data? You use less data, use less network, but you probably also want to communicate it to the user, because otherwise they're going to be a bit confused as to why their thumbnails are suddenly smaller, or things have disappeared, or they're not getting updates when they thought they might get updates. So yeah, depending on what you're doing in your app, you probably want to tell the user. And we do this by going to the human interface guidelines, which are provided by GNOME. So here's a screenshot of part of them, and looking at what makes most sense for what you're doing and the changes you're making. So yeah, we've got these human interface guidelines. They're really well written. This is the feedback section. It's in the patterns section, so it'll just give you like overviews of these different kind of patterns of widgets that you want to present to your user, when you might want to use them and when you might not want to use them, and some guidelines about how you phrase things and how you arrange things. So one of the patterns is notifications. These, you'll all have seen them. This, probably can't read all that, but this is just a screenshot of the page. So notifications, they look like that. They appear at the top of your screen. They are shown by the system. They are a useful way of communicating users when they're using an app other than the one generating the notification. And they're quite distracting and quite kind of big and in your face, and you're probably going to pay attention to them, so you don't want to overuse them. An example where you might want to use something else is when the user is looking at your app, you might want to use a toast. So this is another pattern from the same set. It looks like that. They appear inside your app. And they are generally more transient. They can provide an action for you to use to kind of follow up on what the toast is telling you. And because they're transient, they're kind of best suited to communicating individual events rather than ongoing states. And I'll touch more on that with some examples in a bit. And then the third pattern in this kind of set of feedback things that are relevant for metered data is banners. And again, there's a screenshot there. They appear at the top of your app generally, and they're a big banner. They're quite obvious. Again, they can contain an action or not. And they're generally used to communicate states rather than transient things. So they appear when the state starts, and they're just there until it no longer is a state. So one state could be, I'm on a network connection that's metered, and that banner is going to be there throughout the whole time that you're on that network. Again, they're kind of like notifications, but maybe not to the same extent. They're quite attention grabbing, so you don't want to overuse them, and you probably don't want to end up with more than one at once, because you end up with like a big stack of them using up loads of vertical space, and that's a bit odd. So there's an example here of an app which will soon pay attention to whether you're on a metered network or not. It's Fragments. It's a BitTorrent client. It's in the GNOME Circle. So all of my examples are just pulled from the GNOME Circle set of apps. And what we've done is to make it pay attention to whether you're on a metered network. And if you are, when you move onto the network, it will pause your ongoing torrents, because you probably don't want to be like sending and receiving gigabytes and gigabytes of data when it may cost you quite a lot of money. It'll show an info bar at the top, which is, for tedious reasons, it's basically a banner, but the rest of Fragments uses this older style, so we've gone with the older style for now. But shows a banner at the top, and gives you like a piece of information. You're on a metered network, torrents have been paused, this is to save you money. If you want to resume them, there's a button for it. It may cost you money, but now the user is aware, they know what's going on, they know what the choices are. And then we've also made it so that if you move off the metered network, it will automatically resume your torrents unless you've touched them in the meantime. So that kind of means that if you're not looking at fragments and you're just moving between networks, it will do what you'd kind of expect, but without costing you money, unless you make a choice to do so. So that's one example. There's the write-up for it. Second example is Déjà Dupe, which is a backup application. And some of the things it can do, it can send your backup data over the network to somewhere else. And again, this is going to be potentially gigabytes of stuff that you probably don't want to pay for. And you probably don't remember that it's going to happen because you set it on a schedule. So it's now been changed, well, it was already, sorry, it's been doing this for a while, to not do your backups when you're on a metered connection. And it will, instead of a banner, it will send you a notification because there is no UI for Déjà Dupe that you'd normally be looking at. It's pretty much always just running in the background. So this is a good use of a notification. And it'll just say, like, I was scheduled to do a backup, but I haven't because it's going to cost you a lot of money. So if you want to change that, open up the UI. And, oh yeah, there is a preference which you can change in G settings to tell it, yeah, like, you only live once, go and just back up everything over the metered networks, I don't care. So that's metered networks. The second part of the talk is going to be about power savings. Traditionally, changing app behavior based on power usage has been restricted to, is the computer on a battery and is the battery about to run out? And that works kind of well, and it works for most of the use cases that we care about. But it's, in the last year or two, it's been widened to not just am I on a battery, but am I in a power saver mode, which covers am I on a battery and is it about to run out, but also it allows the user to say, like, try and save power from now on because I'm going to be away from the mains for a long time, or various other reasons. There can be other sources of data feeding into this, and you might have seen it. It's in the shell drop-down menu in recent versions of GNOME. And again, there's an API for this. It looks quite a lot like the previous API we looked at. There's a power profile monitor provided by glib. It provides a property called power saver enabled, which you listen to the notify signal for, and when that signal says it's changed, you go, okay, maybe I should save less power or use more power, or depending on which way it's going. And again, you want to do both. You want to listen to the signal and read the property, because it may well change several times during the life of your app. And again, this is kind of sounding quite a lot like the first half of the talk, is you want to perhaps convey this to the user, and so you go to the HIG and you look at your application and you think, like, what am I going to change in my application? How am I going to save power? Am I going to disable animations? Am I going to check stuff on the network less, because using the network uses power quite a lot, especially if you're on Wi-Fi? And what kinds of things there need to be notified to the user? What do they need to be aware of? What are they going to notice? What are they not going to notice? And so you run through the HIG again, you see what's relevant. And so we go to some examples. Blanket is another Circle app. It basically plays some soothing background sounds of your choice, which you can use to help to go to sleep, or just kind of help you concentrate or relax or whatever. Apologies for the missing images in here. It's just because I built it locally and did it wrong. So in reality, it looks nicer than this. But it's been changed recently to be aware of when you want to be in power saving mode. And so when you enter power saving mode and you're playing background sounds, it will now pause them. And it will then display a toast in the app saying, we've paused to save power. So when you open up the app going like, where's my sound gone? It'll be there telling you that's why your sound has gone. And there's a button to resume playing. And this is obviously a power saving because playing audio, constantly decoding it, uses quite a lot of power. The thing that kind of was a bit of an app-specific decision about it was, do you resume the playback when you're not trying to save power anymore or not? And I think the decision that made sense was you don't, because it's a bit jarring to kind of not be listening to sound and then all of a sudden something changes on your system and it's playing bird noise again, and it's a bit like, why has this happened? So we left that decision as to whether to restart playback. We left that decision to the user. Background Blanket's UI can be hidden. It can just be sitting completely in the background and playing the music, the sound. So normally toasts have a timeout. They'll just disappear after 5 or 10 seconds. We decided to make it just stay there until you open up the UI and explicitly get rid of it. So that if the playback's paused when the UI is not visible, the toast doesn't disappear without you ever seeing it. And the final example I have is Newsflash, which is an RSS feed reader application. It has been changed recently to disable background syncing when you're trying to save power, so it will no longer sit there every 5 minutes and go, yeah, let's check all my RSS feeds, let's fire up the network and download a reasonable amount of data. Not a huge amount, but a bit. So it's not going to be a huge power saving, but it's going to be a bit, and it's not really going to affect the user experience because they can still open the app up and they can still press refresh and explicitly get updates. So because it's not really going to affect the user experience, we just haven't changed the UI at all. It doesn't notify the user. It doesn't say, like, we're not doing updates. So that's why you get a code screenshot rather than the UI. But I think the point here is that if you can read it, there's a block of code in the middle. It checks both the network metered status and the power status, because actually doing both of these checks makes a lot of sense to do them at the same time, and there are a lot of situations where saving network bandwidth also saves you power. So it's quite easy to like tick both boxes at once. And yeah, that covers those points. So that's those two things. There's actually a third thing which you can think about, which I decided to not put in this talk much to save time, but there's a memory monitor in glib, and it will tell you if you are running low on system memory. So you can similarly another property and a signal, listen to that, save memory where you can, and that will probably, hopefully, stop the kernel just going around with a loaded gun and shooting whatever process it wants to try and free up memory. So that can improve the user experience as well if you listen to that one. But generally, the way you need to go about all of this is profile your apps, work out what they're doing and what they could not be doing at certain times. Use PowerTop and NetHogs for looking at your power usage and your network usage. And yeah, if you spend 10 minutes looking at it and thinking about it, you can probably make some moderate savings quite easily. And that will be good for users because then they'll be spending less money on bandwidth and less battery on stuff. Similarly, you can look at your CI resources, take 5 minutes to do that because they're also significant sometimes. And so I've filed 3 initiatives for this, and I'm going to go around filing bugs everywhere about it. So even if you're not paying attention to the talk, you'll get a notification about it in your inbox later on. Are there any questions? Yeah, okay. Sonny, do you want to go first?
Yeah, that's okay. Do you know and have thoughts on the KDE initiative for power power consumption, measuring power consumption of KDE apps in general, just the impact that this has on user experience?
Yeah, so the question was, do I know about and have thoughts about the KDE initiative for measuring power consumption of apps? Yeah, so for those who don't know, KDE are doing this thing where they've got a lab set up with power monitors, like watt meters that are plugged into the laptop, and they are putting together a way of reproducibly measuring the watt consumption, like the actual power consumption of a machine when it's doing certain tasks, and sort of repeating that and taking measurements and getting them precise and reliable. And then I think they're going to apply that to specific apps who request it to kind of
check their power usage over time as they develop the app. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I think it's kind of something that apps could get involved with on an app-by-app basis, and I think KDE, someone's going to correct me if I'm wrong, hopefully, but I think KDE are happy for people to just get in touch with them and ask and get involved. So yeah, that's pretty cool, but I haven't done anything with it myself yet. Yeah, does that answer it? Other questions? Jonathan, did you have one?
Yeah, just really quickly on the network. Yeah, the network monitoring. Is there any sort of like threshold or triggering that would trigger you wanting to use that? Like a 5 gig download, it seems like you'd ask for like a couple 100K. Is that still worth asking about? Is it number of connections? Do you have any sort of guidance as to when we would want to actually take that in, or is like a little bit of light network traffic basically okay?
I'm going to hedge and say it depends. It depends entirely on what your app is and how critical that network usage is to the app, and whether the users would kind of reasonably expect that to happen if they're using the app. So like, yeah, if they're using a web browser on a network, a metered network, they should probably expect that it might cost them per page, and so displaying a big banner at the top saying, like, this is a metered network connection, this is going to cost you, are you sure you want to leave this page, seems over the top. But yeah, you just have to look at case by case and use your judgment. There are no hard and fast guidelines. Yeah, I guess you have to think like a user and see, like, would I be worried if my app was doing this much data transfer in the background without me knowing? Sorry, that's not a very definitive answer, is it? Anyone else?
So, what if we... Okay. What if we made GJS listen to the low memory monitor property and then run a garbage collection if the memory was low? Is that great or terrible?
That is, I think it's great. I mean, you'd have to try it and see if it makes things work badly, but it's actually one of the recommended things that we listed in the documentation for that signal. It's like, yeah, seems like a good opportunity to run a garbage collection thing, or get rid of your caches or whatever, but for GGS, yeah, garbage collection would be an obvious candidate. Please try it.
Figuring out whether it makes things better or worse is the hard part.
Always.
Hello. So one of the things that I'm kind of thinking about is, how do you know what are the things that are taking the most power consumption? And I don't think we have something like that in, for example, GNOME usage or GNOME system monitor. I don't know which is supposed to be for that right now.
Yeah, PowerTop. Yeah. It's a command line tool. I don't know if you've used it. It's kind of, it was hyped up. Well, no, that's got a negative connotation. It was advertised quite a lot a few years ago, and people used it, and there was a whole round of optimizations. And I think it's gone a bit under the radar since then, but it's still really good. So you open it, you have to run it as roots. It's a command line thing, and it just gives you a process list and tells you which ones are waking up the most, and that is a pretty good indicator of how much power they're using. But it won't tell you what within your app is using the power. Yeah, there's a question down the front.
Kind of in the same vein, because you said you can't really know what in the application is using like the most battery, the most network. Is there anything like profiling, tracing, or anything that glib or those components of the system have that you could read out? What am I using from the tool?
So for power usage, you can use sysprof within Builder, run your application under that, and it'll tell you, like, give you a big breakdown of where time is being spent. Basically, the big thing about power usage is how many times you're waking up the main loop and how much time you spent sleeping. So at a very high level, all you need to look for is wake-ups in the main loop, and sysprof will tell you that. But that might take half an hour rather than 10 minutes to dig into it. For network, a little bit harder, I think. That probably is best done by just knowing where in your application touches the network. think that's it. I'm out of time and I'm out of questions. That's grand. Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe we're going to go ahead and get started now. I think some people are late getting back from break, but we'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, good morning to those watching this remotely in the Americas or recorded. This talk is entitled How GNOME Gets into Ubuntu. My name is Jeremy Bika. I used the pronoun he, but you're welcome to use any pronoun for me as long as you're respectful. I live in Florida, and I'm happy to cool off in Latvia this week before the next 2 months of summer. This is my first time attending GUADEC, although I've been involved in GNOME for a dozen years. I've been an Ubuntu user since 2006, but I believe it's important to contribute back to Debian. And I feel very fortunate to be working for Canonical since last year. And Canonical is the company that created and maintains Ubuntu. Also, I recently joined the GNOME release team. So here's a brief outline. We're going to briefly discuss Ubuntu history. That could easily fill the entire time slot. Debian is an important part of how Ubuntu works, so we need to talk about Debian a bit. I'll discuss some details about the release schedules for the free projects, and before discussing some other unique details of how Ubuntu works, and I'm going to leave a few minutes at the end for some questions. Ubuntu began in 2004. Its first release was 4.10, released in October. An interesting note is that there was a beta released a month before, and the release announcement points out that Ubuntu 4.10 preview included GNOME 2.8 on the same day that GNOME 2.8 was released. Ubuntu, from the very beginning, it was designed to match GNOME's release schedule, to be released a few weeks later to have the latest GNOME. And it included a custom theme. It started out brown and then it became orange over time. One idea that Ubuntu developers had from the beginning was increasing accessibility to people who use computers in different languages. So in the first year of Ubuntu, they implemented a major part of this idea with language packs. So packages that are in main and universe packages that are opt-in. This translation is stripped out of the package and instead provided as separate packages for each language. So just in case we have people that aren't familiar, so packages is, you have different components, you have different pieces of software, and the packaging takes that and then makes it available into the operating system for Debian or Ubuntu and other distributions the same way. So the language packs minimize the space needed to store the translations, since only the language packs that are needed by the system need to be installed. I don't know how valuable that feature is these days, but 18 years ago, reducing the space on the disk was a high priority. The language packs were designed to merge upstream's translations with translations submitted by contributors on launchpad.com. It allowed for translations to be improved or added without waiting for those to be accepted into upstream. Upstream are, in this case, the original creators of the code. But not only the translations need to be merged upstream, they also need to make it into a new stable release. And some projects don't do stable releases very often at all. So this allowed translations to get to users faster. And finally, this allowed for translations for features unique to Ubuntu, which could include patches extending features in upstream projects or apps that are unique to Ubuntu. Around when GNOME 3.0 was released, Ubuntu switched interfaces. They wrote a custom desktop, which was basically an alternative to GNOME Shell called Unity. Ubuntu continued to ship GNOME apps, so it was still, in my perspective, it was still a GNOME desktop, just had a different interface, different shell on the front of it. The Unity vision saw providing Ubuntu on a variety of devices, all using the same interface. In particular, there was the Ubuntu Phone project. But making a phone is very difficult, and Ubuntu canceled that project, and at the same time, they switched back to using GNOME for their interface. This idea of providing the same interface on multiple devices, that's still a goal for for GNOME and other projects in the open source world. So Ubuntu has been around for almost 19 years, and there were about 1/3 of that time was before Unity, using GNOME. 1/3 was with Unity, and about 1/3 has been since then. So this is kind of a while ago now. I want to talk a little bit about some of the Ubuntu customizations that happened in 2017. So Ubuntu copied over this idea of a left side always visible dock that was in the Unity interface. GNOME also had a similar left dock, but it was hidden in the activities overview. And then 2 years ago, it's still there, it's just now on the bottom of the screen, still hidden. The bottom would be more traditional if you think of Windows or Mac, where they have a similar functionality. But screens tend to have more space horizontally than vertically, and especially when Unity was getting started, netbooks were popular. They had very small screens. I still think it's useful to have it on the left side because there's extra space, and it seems to work well for our users. And then Ubuntu provides some settings to configure the dock in the GNOME Settings app. One other highlight from this screenshot is that Ubuntu also in the top right corner enables all 3 of the traditional window management buttons: minimize, maximize, and close. Default GNOME only provides a close button, in part because there's no obvious place to minimize Windows 2 since there isn't a visible dock. I wrote a blog post years ago suggesting that maybe Ubuntu does not need the maximize button either, but it really doesn't cause much of a problem having that one extra button. And it's familiar to users. A second GNOME shell extension is app indicators. App indicators are an old idea. They existed in Ubuntu's GNOME 2 implementation, so before Unity was a thing. In this screenshot, there's a Steam app indicator. So the app indicators just allow extra menu items for apps to use. It's common in messaging apps or other apps need to run in the background. So this one is for the Steam gaming platform. So allowing apps to include this functionality has a long, complicated history in GNOME. My understanding is that there's now generally consensus that this is a good idea, but there's a large amount of technical and social work that needs to be done, so I don't see this happening particularly soon, but maybe GNOME will eventually get this kind of feature. And there's no settings for that feature provided in Ubuntu. The third one is desktop icons. At the very beginning, we did not need an extension to provide this, but then an extension was needed. Now there's a new version of the extension maintained by canonical engineer Sergio Costas. I did some work recently to encourage that extension to be merged into the GNOME Classic set of extensions. I believe that's generally been accepted as a good idea, except that this extension is still using GTK3, and GNOME Shell is now using GTK4 only. And so that's one thing that needs to be cleaned up before that could get merged in. It would be a big extension to the code base in GNOME Shell, in GNOME Classic, because it's much larger than the other extensions even put together, I believe. In Ubuntu, there's only one desktop icon enabled by default, a link to the home folder. I think it would be useful to maybe not show that icon by default. The idea there is that desktop icons are available for those that like them, but then if people don't like them, then they would still have a clean desktop. So it doesn't really seem like it's hurting things at all to enable that feature. And then here's the settings that we offer to customize that. The last button to show personal folder is where that can be turned on and off to show your home folder link. I think that the desktop icons and the app indicators are both very useful for people, and they don't really clutter the interface for people that aren't using those features. And so I have a proposal to enable this for Debian with a custom GNOME session for Debian called Debian GNOME. I started working on this too late to get into Debian 12. But I'm going to look at trying to push this year so we get more feedback to figure out whether this is something that we want for the next Debian stable release, which is 2 years from now in 2025. This year, Ubuntu is adding one more extension to improve the tiling experience. It mentions tiling pop-up. I tried to take a screenshot on this next screen. So when I tiled the text editor to the right-hand side of the screen, it shows a pop-up of available apps. I only had one app running, so it's maybe not as useful, but and you can pick which app to also get automatically tiled to the left. So it makes it a little bit faster for tiling. There's work being done to improve tiling and add quarter tiling into GNOME, but it's a complicated process, so it's still being worked on. We're hoping that this extension will not be in Ubuntu very long, that GNOME will be able to provide this kind of feature natively. So speaking about Ubuntu customizations, I also want to mention the theme. So this is the Yaru theme with the dark interface in orange. Last year, we added several other color schemes that can be picked if you want purple or green or other colors. Notable about the Yaru theme is that it's created and maintained by community developers, and Canonical only provides limited assistance in doing this. The first Ubuntu theme was named Human, then Humanity. There was a big overhaul with a theme called Ambience and its variant Radiance. But when we switched back to GNOME, it was a lot of work maintaining that custom theme. It had a lot of differences, and we were getting complaints from apps not looking right. So the Yaru theme is very similar to GNOME's default theme. It adds orange and makes a few other small changes. And then it adds custom icons as another change that it does. Okay, so what if you're using Ubuntu because you like getting GNOME quickly and you like the support ecosystem of a popular distro providing security updates, but you don't want all of these tweaks to the GNOME interface? All you have to do is open a terminal and run sudo apt install gnome-session. And then you log out. On the login screen, you click your name. In the bottom of the screen, there's a gear button, and you can click GNOME and then finish entering your password and log in. And you'll have a GNOME experience similar to what you're used to on other distros. The settings app doesn't have the extra settings there, and you don't have those extra extensions enabled by default. You go back to having the single close button in the apps. This has been available since 2017. It was built using an interesting combination of features, including GNOME shell modes that had been designed for the GNOME Classic session. Also, it uses per desktop G settings overrides. So the Ubuntu version of the desktop has a different XDG desktop name, where instead of being just listed as GNOME, it's Ubuntu : GNOME, so that it's both GNOME and something else. And that allows for the G settings overrides to only apply in the Ubuntu session and not in the GNOME sessions overall. In 2017, I finished Debian GNOME's packaging switch from Subversion to Git. This was based on the work of many other people. I just helped it across the finish line. The team workflow is built around a tool named Git Build Package from Guido Gunther, a developer from Purism, who works on making GNOME work better on phones. So I don't want to get too complicated with the details of how the packaging works, but we merge our downstream packaging with the full upstream Git repo and Git history, so we can easily see when changes were made to different files in the repo. It also makes it easy for us to cherry pick commits from the upstream Git repository that haven't been released into the version that we have in our package. So we find that very useful. And this also means that our packaging uses both it uses both the tarball releases and Git tags to provide the different metadata that we need to build the Debian packages. So how do we find out when there's new upstream releases? Debian has, for many years, had a system called watch files, which allow parsing web pages for version updates, basically. So in Debian GNOME, we have those set to track new stable releases. It became a little more complicated with GNOME 40 when they changed the versioning system. So we basically have to rewrite where the end says .beta.rc to change the dot, to change the period to a tilde, so that the version numbers sort correctly for Debian purposes. I think some other distros have the same issue too, where 40.beta needs to be seen as a lower version number than 40.0. Maybe Debian should have provided more feedback earlier on about this, but anyway, we were able to get the watch files to accept this without being too complicated. Very recently, we've now started watching for beta and RC releases instead of only the stable releases. Last year in Debian, I started updating the packages for the beta or the RC in Debian on stable instead of just an experimental. And this has worked well. It helps provide more testing so that the GNOME.0 release is more stable. And it also gets the features and other bug fixes to Debian unstable and testing users faster. So it overall is improving things for everyone, even people that don't use Debian or Ubuntu. Fred Peters, who is an emeritus member of the GNOME release team, maintains another automated tracker, which is pretty cool. It takes the upstream GNOME release metadata, which is a plain text file and not very human readable, and it makes it into this nice chart where it also pulls information from what versions are available in Debian, so that we can more easily visualize how we're doing on the official GNOME core set. The GNOME core set is a much smaller set of packages. On this page, this is over 300 packages maintained by the Debian GNOME team, and so it includes many things that are not part of GNOME core. And at the very end, it shows the watch file data where it's picking up the releases that it can see. So the Debian's release schedule, they have a new stable release every 2 years. The most recent stable release was about a month ago, and the next one will be in 2025. They have stable, they also have unstable, where new packages land, and then they have testing after packages complete various automated testing. And so Debian these days is getting GNOME quite quickly after release, even in some cases, many parts of even before the stable release. There's one huge caveat to that, and that is that 1/4 of the time for GNOME releases, they don't get the new GNOME version. So before this week, the latest version of GNOME in Debian unstable and testing was GNOME 43, which was released last year. They're getting GNOME 44 now. So you can get the latest GNOME on Debian, but only for 3 out of 4 GNOME releases, because they freeze to take time to stabilize and get ready for their new stable release. Here's a snapshot of GNOME's release schedule for GNOME 45. Each release cycle is 6 months long, beginning when GNOME 44.0 is released in March, and ending when GNOME 45.0 will be released in September. The first few months of the release cycle are wide open for development. Then GNOME has an alpha milestone, which is basically just an early work in progress snapshot of how things are currently going. But from my perspective, the most important part of the release schedule is the beta milestone, which is at the very bottom of the screen. It's coming up, looks like August 5th is when things are due. This has many different deadlines all at the same time. It has feature freeze, user interface freeze, API freeze. And this means that at beta, GNOME is going to look and act really close to what it will be at release. I was getting pop-ups from Windows here, had to clear those. And this allows for the remainder of the development cycle to focus on bug fixing, while allowing the documentation, marketing, and translations team to do their jobs to prepare for the stable release. And shortly before release is a final milestone release candidate, and then the stable release. After the stable release, GNOME releases point release updates about once per month. You can actually see some of those on the schedule if you're able to read the screen for the previous release cycles. GNOME these days is providing stable updates as a project for 1 year after a stable release, although not every component is released for every point release. And it's also possible for components to have releases that they can release higher important bug fixes outside of the schedule. They can do it earlier if they want to. We can compare that schedule now, the GNOME schedule, with the Ubuntu release schedule. And we separate out the feature freeze from the user interface freeze. They're different dates for us. But the feature freeze is a very critical date for Ubuntu. So comparing this Ubuntu feature freeze for Ubuntu 23.10 is August 17th. So that leaves about 12 days to get features in. A new GNOME release is a major feature, so to try to comply with the goals and not try to get exceptions of the process, we need to package the new GNOME within that period of time. After beta, because otherwise it's too early, it's not really ready to be packaged, but before feature freeze. In some cycles that has been very short, like as short as like 2 or 3 days. Now it's more reasonable, but it still is a very busy time on the Ubuntu side. One other date that happens at the same time is Debian import freeze. So new packaging in Debian, if there's not Ubuntu changes, the source packages get copied over automatically into Ubuntu, and then Ubuntu rebuilds everything with their compiler settings and on their infrastructure. Ubuntu no longer does alpha releases. But we still have a beta and then a final release. There's a release candidate stage, and that's not a specific single day with a single image. It's being builds, and if the builds pass the manual testing, then any one of those builds could then be turns into the final release. One important distinctive for Ubuntu is the difference between main and universe. So the main section of the repository are officially supported with free security updates for all from Canonical, and universe is basically everything else. Recently, Canonical has been offering Ubuntu Pro, which provides security updates for universe packages. It's opt-in, and it's free for limited use for a few computers. But if you're like a big enterprise, then you need to pay to get all of those updates. But Universe wouldn't get very many security updates before Ubuntu Pro existed. Community members could use Ubuntu security processes and make security updates. I did this before I joined Canonical for a few things. But in general, Ubuntu Pro is helping get a lot more security updates out to a lot more people. I think I'm going a little bit long on time so far, so I want to mention very briefly that main includes stuff from the default install, but it also includes a few other packages that are not in the default install, such as the Rust compiler and similar compilers for Java and in .NET languages. So because of Canonical support commitment, there's a review process packages have to go through before they're included in main. So a bug needs to be filed, and there's a template on the GitHub repo with what needs to be checked. There's a big checklist of things before they can get into main. This process can take weeks or months for the package to be reviewed. One recent example I did was Tekla, which is a replacement. It's a simple app written in GTK4 and libid Weta to replace a GTK3 app, GKBD keyboard applet. It displays a virtual keyboard, so you can see what a different language layouts look like for your keyboard. So I recently did the MIR for this, and because it was a simple app, this MIR is completed very quickly. Tekla is going to be a new dependency for GNOME 45. One big thing that I had to do was I had to write a manual test case for this program. It's so small, and Upstream hasn't provided automated test for it. So I went through the process, got it approved, and when I actually tested the implementation of this in GNOME Shell, I saw that that there's a bug, it crashes, it doesn't work right for other keyboard layouts. So I filed the bug upstream, it's bug number 7, and so I haven't actually made this change yet. I expect that this will get fixed in time, that Tekla will work fine for everyone. If it doesn't, then as a downstream, we can patch in and still use the old system instead. That's part of what downstreams have to do. If things are broken, they can keep using what does work. One more important point are Ubuntu stable release updates. These are intended for high impact bugs or other safe cases. Also, new upstream micro releases can be included if there is a good test suite. However, a lot of GNOME pieces don't have a good test suite. Fortunately, we have a long-standing exception for GNOME, so we're still able to get these micro releases in, like the like 43.1 or 43.2, get those bug fixes in. The SO team still wants us to do manual testing on these updates to have a test plan if there's not automated testing already. So we're working on adding more manual test cases on our wiki for these different apps. I mentioned earlier about the language packs. These days, for the past several years at least, language packs are not updated in the stable Ubuntu releases. They are updated in the LTS releases. So the long-term support releases happen every 2 years. And there's also point release updates similar to how GNOME does it, but those happen about every 6 months. So for the point releases, language pack is updated once before that. So if there's a GNOME app and the only thing it updated in its point release was translations, then because we're using language packs, those translation updates would not actually reach users. So it wouldn't make sense for us to do the release in Ubuntu because the translations are stripped and never put back in because language pack is not updated. So for the stable release update bugs, they require a tracking bug on Launchpad, and the SRU team member will manually review that. So that may take a few days before they get around to reviewing it. It could actually take longer sometimes. Ubuntu doesn't have anybody that's dedicated to doing the SRU team review, so they're doing this in addition to all of their other responsibilities. If they accept it, then it's built as a proposed update. And then the test cases specified in the bugs need to be manually run and verified. And then after at least 7 days, then the SRU team will go back and check it over and then can accept it as an Ubuntu update. So 7 days is the shortest time, but in reality, this often takes a few weeks for this to happen. So I just have a few wrap-up things here. Didn't want to put them on separate slides just because there's limited time available for this talk. So wanted to let you know that Ubuntu now is consistently shipping the latest GNOME available at release time. One detail is that because of how the Debian release process works, previously one reason why we might ship an old GNOME is because Debian would be stuck on the old GNOME, and it can be a headache diverging too much from Debian and too much work. But for this most recent release cycle, we still put the latest GNOME in Ubuntu, and we put the packaging in experimental as much as possible, which is a separate Debian pocket. Also, we're working on updating the Rust GTK packaging. A lot of the new apps related to the GNOME ecosystem are written in Rust and using the Rust libvilator library, which is, that library is not yet in Debian for some complicated reasons that I could talk about offline to anyone that wants to know about that later. But that library is now in Ubuntu. And we're still catching up on that. So we now have the GTK 4 0.5 series, which is equivalent to GNOME 43 in Debian and Ubuntu. 0.6 is being worked on now, which will get us current. And I'm told that 0.7 is going to be released approximately when GNOME 45 beta is upstream. And we're going to package that. And our goal is to try to get 0.7 into Ubuntu 23.10. I want to give a shout out to Matthias Geiger, who has done a lot of that work on the Debian side. One more thing that we're working on is Jared Wilson, one of my colleagues, is working on automating some of this packaging work to help out Debian and Ubuntu to get these releases faster and allow those on the team to focus on other things for a time. So I'll open up the floor for any questions. I also have I have links to different references here if you guys want to do this. I have one more slide. The next slide gives different version trackers. I like version trackers, so I'll flip ahead to this one. There's a lot of different things if you're interested in tracking new version updates. Did anyone have any questions today? Yes.
So I was really interested, you mentioned files, icons on the desktop. I'm curious if you have some data from end users, and if you guys are really talking about the useful feature.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if you have some data from end users that kind of supports doing that. Yeah, you can tell us about that.
Okay. I'll try to summarize the question then for those watching remotely. He's asking if we have data to support this idea that users like desktop icons. So my answer is I'm not aware of, Marco, since you're in the audience, I'm not aware of there being, of us having user testing on the desktop icons, except that we keep having people that tell us they like it. Yeah. So it's not like a formal reviewed scholarly process. We just have people that say, oh, I love that, and I couldn't imagine not having that. It's interesting because GNOME doesn't support that anymore. You have to find an extension to do it, and most distros are not enabling that. So it just is an annoyance for those users that want it. They either use a different desktop entirely, or they have to go find that extension and enable it. So feel free to raise your hand if you have any other questions. Last year, I missed GUADEC because it happened at the same time as the Debian conference. And at the Debian conference, I gave a talk entitled How Ubuntu and Debian GNOME Work Better Together. And that talks about more about the Debian workflow, and even a little bit more about how Ubuntu merges and what kind of changes that we make that are different than Ubuntu, and a bit of history of attempts to try to minimize those differences. So I think we're at a very good state now. Debian and Ubuntu share a lot of the GNOME packaging. If there aren't questions, I think I'm going to let you guys go a few minutes early, which will be good. So feel free to come talk to me later. I got a big orange Ubuntu shirt, so it should be easy to find today. So thank you.
I'm very excited to introduce our new speaker. He's been contributing to open source and has been participating in different community organizations for many years. He's a father. He's a member of the startup world. He's a team lead in an IT company and head of his neighborhood citizens council. Here to present all the little things that keep open source going, Ravis Deus.
Hi. Very good pronunciation of my surname. I'm okay with any pronunciation of my surname, but this was excellent. That's me. I've been in many different places all over the years. Been doing this, been doing that, and have seen different things in many places, as all of us, I'm sure. I've been wondering why some things work and some things don't work. And I've been wondering about this with kind of plan to make world a better place. And that is important to me. That makes my life more happy if I can make some place or something somewhere better. And I've seen some things that work, some things that don't work. And today I want to share with you some ideas that have worked some other places, not necessarily open source, because I've been kind of in open source for a long time, but not always super active, and that has not been my primary way of contributing to society always. So different citizens, council, unions, and different other places. So I'll try to share with you some ideas that maybe are useful for open source community. And the first thing is, like, why do people contribute to open source? Why do people come to events? Why communities exist? And the answer to this is because people like being together, being in these open source communities, doing something together. And now I know it, and now my life is kind of easier, and I see how I can improve different organizations that I am part of. But a while back, I didn't know that. And I moved to a new flat, and I thought, well, this is my own flat. I bought it. I want to renovate it. And I thought that everyone would want to renovate this apartment building, make it more energy efficient, paint it nice, and like make it better. So I organized a meeting with my neighbors to come and to talk about how we're gonna renovate this building. And to this meeting, I was the only one who showed up. Out of 250 apartments, like huge apartment building, and I was the only one who showed up. At that time, like, I didn't know what to do. I was a bit angry and really didn't know why that happened. And just later, when I was in different organization, some people told me that people come together to different events, to different communities, because they like being in this community. They like people that are there. They like some events that happen there. They trust people. And at that point, I understood that when some random guy moves into your apartment building and organizes event to do something, looks suspicious. And now I'm not angry anymore at people who didn't show up to that event. I know that if I will ever try to renovate this building again, I need to start first with some actual community building. I need to have some informal events with my neighbors, get to know them, talk about dogs or something so that they trust me. So this is how communities work, and now I know that. And I think that community is the thing that keeps open source going. But then the question is, why are people coming to some communities, and what do they like there? And in my other role where I'm participating in local citizens council, I go to that event and to all these, like, I spend my free time that I could be using to watch YouTube and whatnot. But instead, I go to some meetings and we discuss how we could plant trees and spend our free time by doing something for free, kind of open source, but outside of the computers. And for me, I understood that I come to that organization because it makes me feel good. Because other people that care about neighborhood, they come there as well. And that just makes me so happy being with other people that are nice, that care about greening the neighborhood, that maybe don't like graffitis, that want to, instead of complain that everything is bad and like everything is bad and whatnot. People come together, are proactive, and think how they can make world a better place, or at least this one library in open source, or at least plant this one tree. So I think for me it's very important that we come together and we are in this group with like-minded people. And then let's think about some community that is already is existing. How can we grow it? How can we make it more powerful? And here we need to, or at least in our organizations where we always try to get new members, because if you have new members, more members, you can get more stuff done. And people, when they have been participating in neighborhood council for 5 years, they get tired. Maybe their families say that, well, how about we go on vacation instead of you trying to organize some tree planting event and like live with us, do something with us. And it's very good that you can get new people in. And I think every open source project would benefit if we can get more people in. But to get more people in, we have to remember that that those new people, they will be different. They will not know all the ins and outs of project. They might, like, they will be just different. And we need to think how we can integrate them in the community. And in this local citizens council, we organize beer drinkings. We are not heavy drinkers. We come every about 2 months together. We announce that we will be coming together. We gather in local pub, have some snacks, have some beers, and we have an event. And people can come to this event. They can, if they're new, they can just have their beer and listen to whatever we have to talk. Maybe they will have some ideas. Maybe they will like our organization and they will join. And some have joined. Some just come, look, and then leave. But having some events, having something where we come together, where we express this being nice people, think about something, some common goals. I think that's important. And I see that working very well for the local citizens council where I'm part of, where like people just like having some sort of events, some parties, having something common to do. And if those events can be open and you can get new people in, that is another option how you can attract more people and grow your community and get more stuff done. So that's good, have parties, come together. And another thing that we do as a citizens council, we go to other people events. Like there are other citizens councils in Riga and other different organizations, and from time to time they have some sort of events. And then we go to those events. We dress in our Brasa t-shirts, that's the group, like the community that we are called. So we gather in the same uniforms, we go to other people events, and then we're just there. Maybe have a beer or no, talk, see yet more like-minded people, yeah, so going to different events and having events yourself, I think that's very good thing that keeps open source going. The next thing is not necessarily events, but something like we need something to do. If we talk about open source projects, of course you can program, you can do designs, you can create the actual software that is kind of the very basis for the community or for like that everything else revolves around. But from my time in startup world, I know, and I didn't know it back then, I thought that when we code this awesome game or awesome tool, we'll get rich. Like people will just buy it. It's such a good tool, software, website, whatever. They will want it. We made it, and nothing happened. It turns out you need marketing and sales and all sort of other things, because the software itself is just one part of this bigger ecosystem, and you need more. And GNOME, I think, is in a very good place. There are different activities that people can do, newcomers and non-newcomers, programmers and non-programmers. And I think my road in open source started, like when I was studying in the university, I thought that I will be sysadmin. So that's why I didn't pay much attention to programming. Then I installed some Linux servers, and that was kind of it. I could use the software, but I could not in any way get into the community, because you need to program to get into the community. And then Peter Christians, that's also organizing this event, like somehow we met, and he said that like he was translating GNOME. And I tried it also, and I liked it. I really, really like translating GNOME. And I felt like in this small country somewhere on the side of Europe, I felt in the big community with all the big people, like I was creating GNOME. I was part of it. Yes, I was translating. I was not able to code some hackery library or do something other, but I saw that it was making world better place. Because now, when the GNOME was in Latvian, at least the main menus, I could give it to my mother and give it to some other people. And we could have more people that use it, more people that are on the same page. So I think having tasks for non-programmers, that's another building block in the wall that makes open source going. And right now, I'm still not coding parts of GNOME, but some 10 years after I translated GNOME, I decided that I will be programmer now. So now I am able to program, and maybe later I will do some contributions through programming, but if there was no way for me to get into the feeling of open source and get into the being part of open source, maybe I would switch to some other operating system and some other tools, and I would not be here. Maybe I would feel happy, maybe I wouldn't, but I know that I'm definitely happy now when I have contributed to the world. I'm not just using software, I'm creating it, and I have created it, and I feel good about it. Then the next thing that I want to share with you is, again, from the newcomer's perspective, and this is how can a person try out some fancy new software, some fancy library, something. And again, GNOME has GNOME OS. You can just download it and try it out and see what is it all about. But many different other good, useful tools, they don't have this, this super simple way how to get their tool working. So let's say you're interested in some tool, you're very capable future programmer. Right now you are sort of kind of still learning in the university, and you want to try this tool out. You go to the GitHub, you run the installation commands, and there's an error. You Google that error, and there are no results. So your interest was 1 hour big, you tried it out, it didn't work, and now you think bad about this something, it just didn't work for you. So I think paying attention to paying attention to how people can try out your tool or something, that is a very good thing. I'll drink a bit of water now. So continuing on this newcomer journey, where newcomer tried something and it didn't work, but they got some error. If you get some error, that's good. You're not completely stuck. There are some next steps. And I think, and this comes from my experiments with AI and different speech recognition tools. When you get some error, you of course Google it. Most of the time you find some GitHub issue where someone else had this problem. You really, really want to fix this error, you want to get through it, so you read through all the comments what happened there. And I think that, and I have been very, very glad that some random tool developer spent some time and posted not only the exact solution to the problem, but also did some explanation, wrote some documentation, so to say, in the GitHub issues. And I think I've been very happy when I find this deep knowledge, deep understanding somewhere. And I think GitHub issues is a good place to have documentation. Maybe crazy, but I think it's a very good place where to have documentation. Because like imagine if you have wiki page. Wiki page can be super simple with all the basics, but then it's just the basics. Or wiki page can be like super thorough, but then it's too much. It's like you will need to dig through something. And when you have everything in a wiki page thoroughly documented, you will document something that's obvious, and if it is obvious, then you are kind of just wasting everyone's time by writing something that everyone already knows. Or, so you're wasting everyone's time. But if there is some GitHub issue about some library not compiling or whatever, I think it's a good thing that some people, and I encourage you to write maybe not just the exact solution to this particular problem, but maybe mark it with some bolded, and now I'll explain some thinking behind this, so that if some person doesn't want to read through a lot of information, but like if it is marked somehow correctly, you can skip it. But then this deep knowledge about something will be in exact place where it is useful. And another thing that I find very useful in my role as team lead in the company, like in our company, new people join projects from time to time, and they don't know anything. So we need to teach them, and many times the same people, well, not the same people, hopefully, but different people get the same errors. And if we can collect all the most common errors and problems in one place, this time Wikipage is very good. Error, name, description, whatever, and then solution and reasoning and explanation why this one error is there. So if you have all the common errors in one place, you essentially need to teach people that there is such a page with most common errors. And then you teach them once. Next time, if something is wrong, they will just go to this one page and all problems solved. You don't need to waste your time explaining everyone why something doesn't work. And I see that this works very well in my daily job. When someone has some problem, we answer it and we put it somewhere. You can Google it. Well, internal Google it or something, and you can find that exact solution, maybe some documentation explaining some thinking behind it, and some reasoning and ways how to fix it. And I would also, and I'm actually doing it, I'm trying to include in those explanations some sort of thinking behind it. Like what was my debugging process, how I got to that solution, or how I found what was exactly wrong. You have some error, and then what was your thinking, how you got to the solution. And yeah, so I've been very happy when I find these lists of most common problems in open source or in commercial products, because then I know where to look for most common problems, and I don't need to ask. I can just fix it myself. Then the next thing that has worked well for me is giving everyone admin rights. How can that go wrong, right? So first time I gave everyone, like absolutely everyone, admin rights was in the chat group of this apartment building where no one wanted to come to my meeting. And it worked well. Trust me, it actually worked well. So people want to chat in their apartment building about who left their car improperly and whose keys are these. And sometimes they organize around common issue where someone has extra sofa and they don't want to take it to wherever, they can just give it to the neighbors. And people in this community, they change. Some move away, some come to the apartment building, and they somehow discover this chat. And then you need to approve everyone who wants to join the chat. And now I don't need to do that. I sometimes get notifications that someone was added, and someone added it. Someone added them. Essentially, in this low-risk environment of community chat, we have had no issues. Sometimes someone enabled some chat rooms in the Facebook, something. And that's fine. I don't sit in those, but they were useful to someone. Another time when this giving of admin rights played well was when I went to, like in Latvian countryside, there was some project about rural development or something. And some lady from rural place, she organized some event about solar panels. And I thought, well, solar panels are nice. I have vacation. Why don't I go to some random rural place and listen about solar panels? I went there or I subscribed to go to that event. And there was a WhatsApp chat for people to go to that event, like what time will you arrive, and that sort of organizing stuff. And when I went there, I really liked that there are some cool people that are nice and that know something about solar panels. And I really wanted to grow this group, but that's not my group, it's someone else's group. So I asked that lady who was organizing it to just make that group so that people can join that group without admin explicitly approving anyone. And she agreed. So I posted link to that group in different videos that are related to solar panels. And a few months later, we had like 200 or more people, more than 200 people in that group that are all solar panel experts. And later, when I was in another solar panel related event, and I was talking talking with presenters at that event that, hey, there is this solar panel group, do you know of it? And all of them were already in that group. So it turns out that this has become like the group where everyone who is somehow into solar panels in Latvia, well, not everyone, but like 99%, I'm sure about that, they are in this group. And it came out from simple thing where some lady thought that I am not crazy and I have good ideas, and then she made me admin there, and then I can invite some other people, and now that group is providing value to people. And on some level, I feel proud that I'm admin in this group. And I think that's another way how you can give something to people who are new to open source. Like, we don't always have money to give to people, and we could say thanks to everyone all the time, but we are busy, and sometimes we just merge the pull request and forget to say thanks, that it was good, well done. We will most likely not forget to complain when something is not awesome, but this giving someone, especially new person, some admin right or some access to restricted wiki or something. And you can always remove that access right, and you can roll back, and then you can clean up after them. But I think this first makes your work easier, and it makes people happy about being in an open source project. Good. The next thing that works is just asking people to do something. I'm a member of a NGO that is fighting for more bike lanes and greener city and that sort of stuff. And from time to time, this NGO organizes some events, some protests, some I don't know, tree planting or something. And always people are busy and they have their lives and whatnot. And there is this one lady that is very passionate about what this NGO does. And whenever we have some event, she will personally, she will first, or the group will say, well, we have this event, come, let's do this. And then usually people are busy and no one does anything. So what she does, she just personally asks everyone, will you come? Can you please do this? Can you bring this? Can you repost this or something? And this works, this absolutely works very well. You just ask people to do this. And then when we were organizing, I want to make open source data sets so that different AIs can recognize Latvian language. And I was inspired by this approach where we just ask people to do something. And whenever in the office coffee room, someone asks me, how is it going? Usually you are supposed to answer fine and how are you, and then you move on. But in Latvia, it's not we don't have this custom to just say that fine, how are you, and then move on. We actually will explain how we are doing. So that's a thing a bit in Latvia. We actually do this. Often, if people are tired, they will complain. So, how are you doing? Well, that neighbor again parked the car wrong and something. But I use this opportunity to to say that, well, I'm doing this open source something, we will have hackathon, will you come? Like 20 people came. And that's a lot. Like, we're talking about, I will talk about AI and you will need to do some hard manual work by correcting which sentences are correct and which are not. Like, it's not, and there will be no beer. So 20 people coming to an event, that's not fun, but, well, it was fun, of course. We did some useful stuff, and I think, and there were pizzas also. So, no beer, but there were pizzas. I think that the main part of success for this particular thing was just ask people to do something. And that worked. Then the next thing is from at least 15 years back. Well, actually more. I was in the university, and I was studying IT. And we had University Student Council website of IT students. And I don't actually know how it happened, but we were starting to translate IT news from the world. At first, one news item a day. Sometimes there were empty days without news items, but we were posting news items in the council website. And then at some point we discovered that we are actually the biggest IT portal in Latvia. Like, we had the most IT-related news. There were some, and those were mostly like reposts and then brief translations of something somewhere, something happening. There were big news portals that were writing about politics, and then like every week maybe one post about something like super major happening to Facebook, Google, or whatever. But through this this channel where we were having a lot of information that was sometimes entertaining, sometimes useful. A lot of people were coming to listen and watch and read what the student council has to say. And I think this is a good takeaway and good like blueprint that worked for the student council like 15 years ago. But it can work very well for open source projects as well. Meaning that I think you don't need to write all those news articles yourself. If you can write, you have time, excellent, do that. That is a thing that newcomers can do. It's a way how to attract more people that are not programming to the community. And you don't actually need to write all those articles. You can be kind of aggregator where you have some interesting content relevant to the community, yeah, and I think that can work. Twitter account or some news feed or something that that first can get people in that like something, and then you can post about your events. And in the end, everyone is happy. Your community is entertained. Your events have a lot of participants, and everyone is happy. The next thing is about corporate world. How do we feel about corporate world? Good? Not good? So. This is a good story. Good story for open source from the corporate world. So for this initiative to collect open source data for Latvian speech recognition, we were organizing an event. And it happened so that we got a professional PR person that was attached to this project. By having this professional PR person, we were able to get our idea covered in both Latvian news channels, like the prime time of both our news channels. Also, we were covered by some newspapers and national radio. So like huge coverage for this small open source initiative. And why I think this having a professional PR person attached to the project was so crucial, because like for many other of my activities where there is some NGO or some idea where we are kind of organized about this or that, we kind of understand, like we as programmers or we as community activists or something, we understand that we need some sort of PR and marketing, and we need someone to post about our events and maybe prepare a poster that people know that this event is happening. But the problem is that usually we have only friends and then maybe some relatives that we can rely on. And not always those friends and relatives are like professional PR people. They can write some press release, but they don't have the professional connections to ask their friends and colleagues to, hey, maybe you want to cover this open source event in your national news. So having professionals like asking for some help in key moments from professionals worked very well for this open source initiative. I think knowing your limits and just asking for help, again, maybe directly, maybe to some company, maybe to some friendly organization, maybe they can spare their professional PR person or professional designer or whomever for 4 hours. Like maybe to create awesome logo for your new app, you just need 4 hours of designer's time. And if it looks more professional, more people will surely come. Okay, I have 2 more items left, and I'm not sure if that time is correct, and how much time do I have? Enough for 2 more items. Excellent. So this one is about money. How do we feel about money? Good. Rudolf likes money. This is about money, about free money that you get from grants, from government grants or from some other grants. There is EU and different organizations that give money for good causes. EU has a lot of good causes related to accessibility, to the digital divide elimination, and education of elders, and tools for rural development, like a lot of different projects. So that's one kind of building block for this idea. Another building block is that there are professional project grant application writers. It's their job. They write grants, they write applications to get grants, then they implement those grants, they get salary from those grants, and then people get something good, like rural development or something. And very often, like those people that are professional grant writers, they need some new idea or some new grant to write this grant about. And if you can get in contact with those people and say, hey, we have this GNOME library that does something, we can do rural development, digital education, something, those professional people will write a grant for you. It will surely be accepted because open source, good quality code and everything. And yeah, and you get money to pay to some good people that have been working and contributing to open source for a long time, and you want to say thanks to the community. And maybe you don't get money from like huge grant, only some small grant, and all you can do is have some little party with pizzas. But again, it's free pizza, what's not to like? So I'm not exactly sure how you get in touch with grant writers, but need to talk to some actual people that know someone who has written some grants. So there is free money out there. And my last kind of thing that has worked for me in stuff that I've been doing is UX personas. Anyone knows what that is? Everyone knows. So that's good. You use those for creating software, right? But how about, like, does anyone use those to avoid conflicts in your organization? That's a good way how to use UX personas. So if you, and what UX persona is, it is a description of your end user. You give that end user a name, age, and some parts, some little personality, what he likes, what he doesn't like, what is his or her expectations, what he or she is afraid of, and what will she be saddened by your project, or what she might be sad about in your project. And if you have this description of a person that is kind of representing your actual user, but you can also have such description of your community member. Like, what will your newcomer, your new community member, what they want from the community, what they want from event, what they want from something. So if you have such descriptions of your potential, and like your UX persona of your community, UX persona of your organization, then whenever there are kind of tricky decisions where some people disagree, because maybe someone spent a lot of time implementing some library or some new feature or something, and they really, really like it, but that feature it's not good. Like, objectively, it's not good, but some person really likes it. So there's a room for some conflict, and if at that time where you get conflict, you pull out your UX persona, you can say, well, this lady from Jamaica that is our UX persona 7, she doesn't like that library. Or you say, this is a good library, she would like it. So it's a way how to decide not only software decisions, but also stuff for the broader thing, for the broader idea. And we use this to craft like messaging for this open source data set speech recognition gathering stuff that was covered in all the news channels in Latvia. So that is that. What next? Food, beer, holidays? Maybe questions, or I don't know how this usually happens. I'm done. Glad you liked it.
Are there any questions?
What was this presentation exactly about? That's a good question in the end. It was about good stuff.
A friend of mine writes grants, so if somebody
Yeah, good talk with that guy. So most of like regular people world is not about open source. It's not about code. It's about like they like digital divide and teaching elderly, and let's teach elderly stuff on GNOME and stuff. Why not? If we need some money for some conference, education, design and whatnot, like it all goes under different grants. Just someone needs to write it, and as there are people who actually write those grants, very good, very good. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Was fun.
Thank you very much. It was wonderful. Well, that concludes day one of GUADEC 2023. Thank you guys all for being here and sticking with us throughout the day. A couple of things. For all the volunteers that are here, we're going to take a photo. So if you could meet after this session right outside by the stairs, that would be wonderful. Tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. back here in this room and the other room. And finally, for those of you that are going on the walking tour, that is sold out. So if you haven't signed up, so sorry. But for those of you that are coming, please join us according to the instructions on the email that was sent. So if that's it for the day, does anybody have any questions? Fantastic. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Will the building still be open for people to network and do other fun things? Yes, it will be, but at some point it will close. Was there another question? Okay, yes, they will let you know when you need to leave. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.